what you're doing? distorted, but I don't think it's a computer.
Yeah, it's good shape, too. It's 5, 6 feet high, I'm guessing 9 feet long. Look at the extraordinary... What'd you do?
He touched it. Dr. Grant's not mission compatible.
They got it in for me. And look at the half-moon-shaped bones on the wrists. No wonder these guys learn how to fly. No, seriously. All right. Well, maybe dinosaurs have more in common with present-day birds than they do with reptiles.
That doesn't look very scary. More like a 6-foot turkey.
Turkey,
Turkey.
6-foot turkey. Turkey, huh? 6-foot turkey. Okay. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. You get your first look at this 6-foot turkey as you enter a clearing.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's good to be back for me. Hopefully it's good to be back for you, too. Happy Tuesday to everybody. Thank you for the happy partner anniversary wishes there. I appreciate that, too. I wasn't here yesterday. I was off being social and... yeah. I know normally I stream 5 days a week, but sometimes we gotta make an exception. Sometimes life kind of steps in for that. That's okay. Anyway, if anybody's here for the very first time, then allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist. That's me. I work on fossils, dinosaur fossils in particular. Dinosaur fossils are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I dig up during the summers. This past summer, I was out with a crew of paleontologists and volunteers digging up dinosaurs in Wyoming and Utah, and I'm very much looking forward to doing the same thing again this next summer, and of course live streaming it, like we did last summer. It was some pretty stellar science outreach, if I may say so myself. I was incredibly privileged to be able to do that, to be able to bring people along during paleontological fieldwork, to show you, rather than just telling you what it's like to dig up dinosaurs, to show you firsthand. Really looking forward to doing that again. Anyway, when I'm not in the field, I'm here in my office, here in the San Francisco Bay Area, talking about fossils, answering your questions, just trying to do whatever I can to bring paleontology to the people. So I'm glad you're here for that, and let me know if you've got any questions. Today, we've got some news to discuss. We've got some new publications, and hopefully we'll have a lot of Q&A. We'll have to see. Tipado, thank you the happy partner-versary wishes. I appreciate that. I haven't seen you here before. Welcome to Paleontologizing. That's a new name to me. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Paleo Mom says alligator. Paleo Mom, holy cow, you've got incredibly sharp eyes. Mom, how are you doing? Wow, wow, wow. Yes, indeed, that is the skull of alligator mississippiensis right there. That is an alligator skull. You see where I get it from, chat? Paleo Mom, it's good to see you. How are you doing, Mom? Welcome back. But yeah. And Commodore says one of your songs a Mega Man X remix or Mega Man 10? Maybe, probably. Here, let's see. No, it wouldn't be in here. It would have been during the cold open video. Yeah, probably. I don't know. Commodore, I don't know a lot about Mega Man or Mega Men in general. Yeah. Where's the silver alligator? It's not out to... Mom, the background changes every day. I'm not going to have it up every day. But anyway, my mom got me a silver alligator one time when she went on vacation. I think it might be real silver. And it's going to go up here when we talk about crocodilians one day. But, the background, it changes day to day, Mom. It's always different. Yeah. Dying in chat says, happy partner anniversary. Thank you, Dying chat. It was indeed 3 years ago to this very day, or I guess it would have been yesterday, really, that we got partnered here on Twitch. It took me about, I think it was about 9 months. Wait. From May to March. So 10 months. 10 months to get partnered, and that was, very grateful at the time. I'm still very grateful. We've done a lot of cool stuff since then. Yeah. But yeah. Rachel Darling Endeavor says, but she wants it... Oh, hang on. Fire alarm's going off. Let me check on this real quick. Hang on. Well, that's how you can tell it's a live broadcast. Everything's okay. But yeah. Anyway, yeah, it's good to have you here, everybody. But yeah, Mr. Maxi says, when was Australia part of the Northern Hemisphere? Never, to my knowledge, Mr. Maxi. I think Australia has always been part of the Southern Hemisphere. Mama M Media, how are you doing?
Mama M Media has arrived with 2 raiders.
Welcome, welcome. How did your stream go? It's good to have you here. What's shaking? Yeah. I hope your stream went really well. Thanks for bringing your viewers here. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. But yeah, and crocodiles one day. Yeah, Murph, we're gonna try and do that. Yeah, I'm sure we'll have an excuse to talk about crocodilians at some point. In fact, we'll be talking about elephants tomorrow. A Proboscidean stream for Wednesday the 13th. That's also Auntie Kathy's birthday. Gotta remember to send her a text. But yeah, we'll be talking all about elephants and mammoths and mastodon and, Proboscideans in general on National Elephant Day. Friday the 15th is Dinosaur Misconceptions on Everything You Know Is Wrong Day. And then we're going to have a special Saturday stream to make up for yesterday. Yesterday, of course, I didn't stream. Missed all of you. Maybe you missed me too. But we'll be making up for that on Saturday. Special Saturday stream for St. Patrick's Day. We're going to be talking about biogeography and why Ireland never actually had any snakes to start with. Despite what legend would tell you. But yeah, that's going to be fun. So let me see if we've got a crocodiles stream at any point. Let's see. I don't think we have one yet, but we should schedule one. Yeah. Anyway. But we also had a question about Australia. I'll get to that in a second here. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything for crocodile. I don't think we have a crocodilian stream planned, but we will do that at some point for sure. Had a question about Australia. So Australia has always been a southern hemisphere continent, as far as I know. Even if you go back like 450 million years. I don't think Australia has ever been up north. Let's see. I know if we're talking about during the time of the dinosaurs at least, Australia was even further south than it is today. Australia's actually moved north since the time the first dinosaurs evolved, around 240 million years ago. And then we move up in time. Australia is right there. Attached onto Antarctica, there's India and Madagascar, and there's Africa, South America, North America, Europe, Asia, just to kind of orient you. And then let's go to about 90 million years ago, the late Cretaceous. Australia is still down there, so Australia is actually, it's moved north over the past 100 million years. Australia used to be even further south than it is today. Oh yeah, yeah. And Dinosaur Dave says this is totally outside your field, but how did India accelerate so quickly relative to Australia? You know, I don't know, Dinosaur Dave. I'm not sure about that. I'm not really sure what governs why particular continents move faster than others. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, this is cool. Hang on, let me get this set up properly for viewing. There we go. Yeah. But yeah. Oh, and that's neat, Charlie's Dragon. I was hoping to talk about that, the whole marching molars thing. Yeah. But this is a really neat animation. I like this a lot. This is cool stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah, and Dinosaur Dave. We will talk about that briefly. Thank you for sending those pictures. It's a lovely cast they have there. But yeah, as you can see, there's Australia right there. Antarctica looks huge because that's just the way that this map projection works. It got all stretched out across the bottom. Yeah. And there's India just racing north. And then eventually, it just plows into mainland Asia and pushes up the Himalayan mountains there. Yeah. Cool stuff, right? Anyway. Yeah. And Ragnaroker. Oh, interesting. Secret species pack? That's interesting. Huh. Yeah, the devs for that didn't contact me like the devs did for Dinosaur Fossil Hunter. So I didn't know about that. But yeah. Or for Prehistoric Planet. Prehistoric Park. Prehistoric Kingdom. Prehistoric Planet. Prehistoric Park. Prehistoric this. Prehistoric that. Prehistoric Kingdom. Anyway. Yeah. And... Oh, and that's interesting, Dinosaur Dave. Okay, cool. Yeah. But yeah. And going to Nashville, Tennessee from the UK. Anyone have any good dinosaur places for a 40-year-old solo traveler to visit? In Tennessee? I can't think of any, honestly. There's a wonderful museum in North Carolina, if you make it that far east. The North Carolina Museum of Natural Sciences, I believe. Yeah. They've got a really lovely museum, and they've got a really robust field program. It's very impressive.
Welcome.
Hello. Yes, you can find the dinosaurs up on the 3rd floor, and we offer 7 floors over 2 buildings.
7 floors, 2 buildings. Holy cow! They've got some a pretty incredible amount of funding for this. This is a neat video. They must have filmed this with a drone, I presume. A little mini drone.
Hello, visitors. Be sure
Expertly piloted. Good stuff.
to hear
Yeah.
about growth in science.
June.
Hey, Lenina, how you doing? Yeah. An interesting Ragnaroker. Shoot, if we didn't have National Elephant Day tomorrow, maybe I'd play that game. We'd bring some new viewers in. But we'll see. Yeah. So anyway, I don't know if there's anything like this in Tennessee, but this is in North Carolina for you to see. Look at that big ground sloth.
Is that a T-Rex?
No, that's an Acrocanthosaurus.
Yeah, Acrocanthosaurus. We've seen that skeleton so many times on this stream. Really famous one. Yeah. Acrocanthosaurus, so nice they had to go buy it twice. And hang on, what was that right there? Oh, ho, ho, ho. Oh, what was this? Did anybody else see this? Oh, man, what am I going to point out right here? You can see it there in the shot. What could this be? Of course, it's a pressed penny machine. Very cool. I collect pressed pennies. Anyway, neat museum.
This is Castor canadensis.
That's a beaver.
Yeah, lovely museum here. Holy cow. Anyway, yeah. And oh, and okay, Dinosaur Dave. Well. Awesome. Very cool. Yeah. And the P.O. Box does still work. Yes, indeed, Dinosaur Dave. Yep, I just checked it the other day. I checked it. It works. The hinge isn't broken or anything. Yeah. Anyway, it's good to have everybody here. We had another question about, what was it? About where dinosaur fossils have been found in Antarctica. And it's mostly near, I think, is it near Mount Kirkpatrick? Who was asking about fossils, dinosaur fossils in Antarctica? Because we do have a few. Not very many, but a few. Antarctica is not the easiest place to dig for dinosaurs, as you might imagine. There's a map of the world, there's Antarctica, and then right there along the, I forget what this peninsula is called. Right there, and then right there as well. Yeah. Oh, you asked, Commodore. Yeah, we do have dinosaurs from Antarctica. I showed this on a previous stream very recently.
It's the coldest, windiest place on Earth.
Some living dinosaurs that are there today.
But Antarctica's wilderness was not always frozen.
There you go, Salamander, yeah.
Discover an ancient realm of midnight suns, night hunters and river monsters. A prehistoric kingdom lost to time.
There's a dinosaur there, Cryolophosaurus. Most of the rest of those critters are non-dinosaurs.
generation of
Let's
scientists
see, Dinosaur Dave.
on an
Road to
Antarctic
Conwan.
adventure to uncover a hidden dinosaur story. A cinematic journey from today's frozen desert to a lush South Polar world of giants.
Cool. So like we just talked about a few minutes ago, Antarctica used to be connected to Australia, which in turn was connected
the
to
dinosaur continent of Gondwana.
Madagascar, in India, in Africa, and South America.
To Antarctica.
Yeah. It's a neat little documentary. There's a link to the trailer right there. Yeah. A new terror bird species from the Eocene was found. Yeah, Blake the Snake. I think that's pretty controversial. We don't actually know if it is a forest racid or if it's something else. But yeah, it would. That would be the earliest of the forest racids, I believe. Yeah. Anyway, it's so good to have everybody here. I hope your week is off to a good start, and I think before we really get into any big scientific topics so far, any fossil news or anything like that, we should go ahead and do Metazoa. And unfortunately, I have broken my Metazoa streak. I was too busy this weekend, had too many things going on. I was not able to do Metazoa on Saturday or on Sunday. So, you know, again, life happens. But yeah, that's okay. So we're back down to 0 after a streak of like 30 or 31 or something, but I bet you we can beat that again before I leave for the field. We'll have to see. But let's go ahead and see what this would be from yesterday. Yeah. For those of you who are new to this is a neat little guessing game that we like to play as kind of a warm-up on stream sometimes. Every day there will be a new mystery animal of the day. We have to try and guess what it is, and we use an evolutionary family tree to try and figure that out. And so in this case, well, yeah, you type the name in and it'll give you the most exclusive clade. A clade is an evolutionary group. It'll give you the most exclusive clade that includes your guess and the mystery animal. So we can at least narrow it down to Animalia. So let's go to our tree of life over here so we can kind of follow along. But it's going to be an animal. So let's jump to animals on the tree of life. We've only got 1.429 million species. Piece of cake. We can find our individual animal in fewer than 20 guesses, right? I've noticed this game seems to be very heavily biased toward placental mammals. So give me the name of a placental mammal, chat, and we'll do that. Yeah. Let's see. Grim Deviant says mountain goat. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's an artiodactyl, an even-toed ungulate. They don't have mountain goat. Let's try a different one. Shoot. Elephant shrew that's going to be an afrothere, Tolkien, which I love. Oh man, I love elephant shrews. They are really cool. But that won't set us up as well as I'd like. If I had like a carnivoran or an artiodactyl or something like that. Dinosaur Dave says tiger. Let's do tiger. That's a carnivoran mammal. And excellent! It is a Laurasiathere. So, our mystery animal is not a tiger, but it is within Laurasiatheria here. So this is the most exclusive clade that includes both our guess and the mystery animal. So let's go to mammals here. And you can basically use this to kind of narrow it down. We've got mammals, monotremes, and therian mammals. Therians include marsupials, right here, and placental mammals. Within placental mammals, you have the Atlantogenata, which is the afrotheres and the insectivores and And the xenarthrans. And then you get to Boroeutheria over here. That's a different branch. That's primates and bats and hedgehogs and rodents and artiodactyls and other ungulates. And then we get to carnivorans, bats, hedgehogs, and more. Laurasiatheria. So, our critter here, we guessed tiger, and it said, nope, not a tiger, but it is a Laurasiatheria. So we're getting close. We've managed to narrow it down in one guess from 1.4 million species down to just 2,000. Which is excellent. That's really good with one guess, you know? That's really good. And so, but the thing is, we can narrow it down even further. So we can tell our critter is not going to be a carnivoran. And likewise, it's not going to be part of this group. And it's probably not going to be part of, what this is, Scrotifera right here? I think? Laurasiatheria. Yeah, so it might be an insectivore. Because I think they have Scrotifera in this game. Let's take a look over at this side branch here, the insectivores. Let's see if it's a mole or a hedgehog or something like that. Do they have mole? They do have mole. And they also have hedgehog. What do you think, chat? Should we do mole or should we do hedgehog? Let me know. Ironbark says echidna. Echidnas are kind of monotreme, so they're right next to platypus. We know they're right out. That's not going to be one of them. People are saying hedgehog. Okay, let's do hedgehog. And nope. Okay. I want to try mole. Because shoot, if our critter were, we guessed tiger, and tigers are part of this clade. And I think this is called Scrotifera. Let's look that up on Wikipedia. Yeah. It's a clade of placental mammals that groups together bats, ungulates. Oh, the Furungulata, I guess, is carnivorans, ungulates. And critters like pangolins, which are kind of an offshoot before you get to carnivora. Yeah. Sister group to Eulipotyphla. So I think Eulipotyphla, our critter's got to be a Eulipotyphlan, I think. So I betcha it could be a shrew or it could be a mole. Let's try mole and see if that... No, it's outside of Eulipotyphla? So this is the problem, is sometimes you're smarter than the game is. Sometimes the game doesn't actually have all of these clades that we're trying to use to narrow things down. So, I don't know. Give me the name of a hoofed mammal, chat. We'll see if it's some kind of an ungulate. You know? Give me the name of a hoofed mammal. Clibber says horse. Let's try horse. And... Nope. Let's try a bat. Let's try fruit bat and see if that gets us anywhere closer. Nope. This is really annoying. Let's think here. Carnivorans, bats, hedgehogs, and more. Cloven-hoofed ungulates. We tried a horse, which is a perissodactyl. Maybe we'll try an artiodactyl, I guess. Like llama. Tolkien Otaku. Let's try that. I don't... Okay, oh boy. So it's definitely an artiodactyl. That's good. We know it's a cloven-hoofed ungulate. But we were bleeding guesses there, and all because the game didn't have Scrotifera as a clade within this. Which is really annoying. Sometimes they have these particular clades, and sometimes they don't, you know? But let's take a look at Artiodactyla here. At the Artiodactyls. Yeah, it could also still be a whale. Whales are also a kind of artiodactyl. That's why this group has been renamed Cetariodactyla by some workers. Because it also includes cetaceans, whales now. It could also be something like a hippo. Yeah. But we guessed llama, and llamas are camelids. They're related to, they're part of the camel family. Yeah, camels are there, so they're pretty early branching. So, shoot, I really should have chosen a more derived ungulate, because that would have potentially knocked out some additional guesses, but let's try something like goat here. And see if that... Nope. Tricky. Huh. Let's think about this. We've got llama, we've got goat, and ours is somewhere in between there. So goats are over here, they're a bovid. Llamas are over here within the camel family. See, there's llama there. It could still be a whale. In fact, let's try beluga whale. Oh, it is a whale. Monodontidae. So these are a kind of odontocete whale. They are toothed whales. Monodontidae, I wonder if this is like orcas and their relatives. Or no, orcas are delphinids. Monodontidae, oh, no. Monodon, shoot, that's a narwhal. Monodon monoceros is the narwhal. This has got to be a narwhal, right? Monodontidae is the beluga and narwhal Monodontidae, which tells us that our mystery animal has got to be a narwhal. And that is it right there. Yeah, it took us 9 guesses, which is way more than usual for me. I think my average is like 4. But that's okay. Let's talk about narwhals for a minute here, because they are very cool critters. They are very cool critters. Yeah. Let's see here. Let's try this right here. From Netflix's Our Planet. Hopefully we won't get copyright nuked for this. Usually Netflix is pretty good about this kind of thing. Look at that. So usually it's some of the male narwhals that have a tusk. And that's actually one of their canine teeth, if I remember correctly.
Narwhal, the origin of the unicorn legend. Their
We know that.
3-meter tusk is in fact no more than an overgrown canine tooth.
Yep.
But its exact function, like so much about
Yeah. We know that females rarely have them, but it does happen. And there you go, Caravan, yeah. I would... That seems more plausible to me. Commodore says, why do they have one of... why do they only have one that size? I guess mutation that was advantageous? I mean, all features generally are either a feature that was advantageous, a mutation that was advantageous, or at least not disadvantageous. Yeah, these are not super well understood animals. I don't think we have a really good understanding of what the tusk actually evolved for in the first place. They do seem to kind of feel around with it sometimes. And it probably does have something to do with reproduction as well. Like, it probably is, since it seems to be dimorphic, the males and females look different. The males usually have a tusk, the females usually don't. Although there are exceptions. It probably has something to do with that. It probably has something to do with competing for mates or something like that. Anytime we have strong sexual dimorphism like that, it usually has something to do... well, it often has something to do with, like, mate selection, competing for mates, that kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, Murph, I've always kind of doubted that explanation, because if it were so useful for survival, for sensing changes in the environment, for detecting prey, then you would think the females would have it too. And they usually don't. So I've always kind of doubted that explanation. Yeah, and I bet you that there are not... I bet you, like, the majority of cetologists, people who study whales, you know, would probably have misgivings about that hypothesis too, but I don't know. Oh. And males have not been seen using combat? Yeah, Murph, yeah. Yeah. And likewise, they don't seem to have big scars on their bodies either. There are other whales that will use their tusks for combat. Beaked whales will do this. Mesoplodonts. Yeah. This is pretty cool. Yeah, many of these guys...
they surfaced very close to the boat, and then they came to us.
These are the most mysterious of modern whales.
They were investigated the hydrophone that we put in the water. It was the most amazing encounter of beaked whales that I've ever had.
Yeah. Anyway, the males among beaked whales have these... many of them have these tusks that stick up from the lower jaw. And these are going to be too far away. You won't be able to see them. But, let's see. Like, Andrew's beaked whale, which has never been seen alive. There are many species of whale that have never been seen alive. They are only known from stranded carcasses, which is kind of nuts. It almost reminds you of, like, a fossil animal. It's like, oh, no person has ever seen one of these while it's alive. Yeah. But they often have these crazy scratches running up and down their flanks. The males do. Because they fight with the tusks like that. Those little tusks that stick up in the front of the mouth. You can see one right there on a beached carcass. Yeah, there's another illustration of one. But yeah. Beaked whale tusks. There you go. Yeah. So that's the lower jaw. That's the upper jaw in between. And then you've got those tusks like that. And some species of beaked whale, like the strap-toothed whale, the tusks get so long that they come up from the lower jaw, and then they go and they cross over the upper jaw, so they can only move their mouth. They can only open their mouth like a tiny little sliver. It's really fascinating, but only the males have that, and they use them for fighting, which is why they've got those scars all over their bodies. It does not seem like narwhals do that, which is really interesting. You know? Yeah. So, yeah. Rousey says that seems silly. Well, works for them, you know? These guys seem silly, too. Look at that. That's nuts. And yet it confers some kind of advantage for them. And I think that's a Babirusa you're thinking of, Majestic Biscuit. Yeah. And there you go, Lenina, yeah. Yeah. And Commodore says, do you think in our age of smartphones we'll see one alive soon and it might have been recorded, but these people with their phones didn't know what kind of whale it is? I think Andrew's beaked whale is rare enough that it's very unlikely that someone would record it. You know? I wonder if we can find a video on that. Andrew's beaked whale. They are obscure enough that there's not even, like, a YouTube video about them anywhere. Oh, wait, no, there's okay. There's this right here, which is like a YouTube's version of a Tink Tonk or whatever.
Okay, everybody, look, to all my viewers, right, man, I'm noticing that these animals, they're so rare to find. Like, the only photos and videos that I can find is really just the strand.
That's a sunfish.
Okay? I truly believe that it is my destiny, my calling, my goal to reach my goals on YouTube so I can go out there and actually find these animals. Because again, I these things are so rare for this next animal I'm about to talk about. Like, they're so rare. So
yeah,
look, let's really set these goals straight so that I can.
What this guy's talking about? And a book that features Andrew's beaked whale. Let me grab that right here and let's talk about it for a minute. I really love beaked whales. I think they're really, really fascinating because we know so little about them, and yet they are still here, alive at the same time as us. And yet some of them have never been seen alive. At least, never been recognized alive, I guess. Oh, goodness. Stupid camera. Hang on a sec. I don't know why it does that all the time. Excellent reference book if you're interested in marine mammals. Let's find Andrew's beaked whale in it. It's fun because with a lot of books like this, you know, you can almost feel the writer trying to strike this balancing act in it between whales that are really, really well known, like, for instance, the gray whale. It's like, how in the world do you pick out only the most pertinent facts and most interesting information about the gray whale to put into just a few pages like this? How do you do that? How do you condense it down when so much is known about them, when so much has been written about them? And then you get to the beaked whales, and like some of these, we know next to nothing about them. Like Andrew's beaked whale. Yeah. This poorly known mesoplodont probably has a southern circumpolar distribution north of the Atlantic convergence. There's scarcely more than 35 records of its occurrence, all of them consisting of stranded carcasses found mostly in New Zealand and Australia. Roy Chapman Andrews, curator at the American Museum of Natural History in New York, named the species after George S. Bowdoin. Does anybody else know what Roy Chapman Andrews is named for, or perhaps some other animals that are named after Roy Chapman Andrews? I wonder. Yeah. Andrewsarchus, yes, indeed is salamander and gimpleg. Yes, indeed. Protoceratops andrewsi is named after Roy Chapman Andrews. This critter, Protoceratops. You probably know this animal already, I would hope. It's a very, very cool critter. One of the better known of the probably the best one of the Protoceratopsian dinosaurs. Yeah. It's a pretty decent one, although it does have the tail bristles, which I don't think they actually had. Anyway, Protoceratops. There we go. That's a lovely one right there. Protoceratops. Yeah. That's named for Roy Chapman Andrews, too. Anyway. Andrews beaked whale. A critter so rare it has never been seen alive. Or at least there's no records of it ever being seen alive. Yeah. Not really a lot of information here either. We know the males have got this kind of white section up front because the carcasses show that. They've got these scars on their back, which are from males fighting each other with those tusks. And then, who can tell me what these spots are about? I think these are often, like, all over the body, but here they're kind of concentrated there. Anybody have any idea where those kind of white, not whitish, but, like, circular scars come from? Commodore says barnacle? Ooh, good guess. Good guess. Parasites? Parasites of a sort. Signor del Alba. Yeah. Kind of a macro parasite. It's from a shark. It's called a cookie cutter shark. They are pretty wild. Here, take a look at this. Yeah. All right, all right. Yeah, Puerto Rico.
The tongue of the ocean, a steep underwater trench, less...
BRD, there you go, clever, yeah. Viva Puerto Rico. That's a tiger shark there. That looks like a bull shark? Or is that another tiger? All right. Let's get to the cookie cutter sharks, please. All right. Let's get to the cookie cutter sharks. Yeah. Yeah, look at that. They're very small sharks. Yeah. Their teeth are fused. Yeah, Mirth. Wild. So yeah, look at that. Those teeth are literally fused together on the sides like this, which is crazy. It's just like one continuous cutting surface. Pretty neat. Yeah. So they just take a bite and swim away. Yep. They just go up and take a bite. Oof. Yeah. Yowza. It's like taking an ice cream scoop. Yuck. Yeah. Yep. Cool stuff. Really interesting. Here, let's take a look at this too. While we're on the subject of cookie cutter sharks, because they are really neat. Yep. Yep. They have been known to bite submarine cables. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Goasida? Neat. Goasida? Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. You're trapping. You're not trying to. It just happens. Yeah. Wild stuff. Really interesting. Really interesting. So yeah. So with beaked whales, they often have wounds from cookie cutter sharks like this. And I think that might be part of what the artist, was trying to portray here with these white splotches. Description. Yeah. the bodies of adult males are marked by linear scars, presumably made by the teeth of other males. Both males and females have at least a few oval scars from the bites of cookie cutter sharks. There you go right there. Yes, indeed. So see, it all comes together. Interesting stuff. I would really love to find an interviewee, somebody to interview on stream about beaked whales, because I find them really fascinating, and I feel like there are some parallels between the study of beaked whales and the study of fossil animals, given that, you know, all of us were dealing with carcasses and trying to infer the behavior of these animals when they've never actually been seen alive in some cases. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Goasida says, those wounds are horrible. I've seen them live in a dead dolphin. Oof. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. And Celtic Elephant, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Celtic Elephant, I hope you can show up tomorrow, because tomorrow is National Elephant Day, and we will be talking about proboscideans tomorrow. On National Elephant Day, we'll be talking about mammoths and mastodons and, you know, Merytherium and critters like that. It's elephants, extinct and extant, tomorrow. Don't have plans. All right, Celtic Elephant. Awesome. I'm excited to see you. It's gonna be good. Do we have a video for National Elephant Day? Thailand celebrates National Elephant Day. With real live Asian elephants. And man, do they look happy. Yeah. And Goasida, Lisbon. Yeah, there's good fossil deposits in Lisbon. Interesting. Elephants used to live all over the world.
On the 13th of this month, and we have been doing that for the past 13 years. It's a day that we remember the elephant that was our national animal, and we use them, or we have them for a long time in the past, even in our flag before, and our king animals. So this is an important day for the elephant for Nungnut Garden here.
Nice. Oh, they look so happy. Oh, that makes me smile. So yeah, National Elephant Day on tomorrow's stream. That's gonna be excellent. Yeah, but elephants used to live all over the world. North America, South America, Africa, Europe, Asia, everywhere except for Australia and Antarctica. Only 2 continents, Oceania and Antarctica, no elephants. Everywhere else, elephants. So yeah. But yeah. But the international airport was built on top of the best, but yeah, Goasida, yeah. That's how it goes sometimes. We, here in the San Francisco Bay Area, we had some really important fossil sites that they built highways over them. In the 1950s. So that's just how it goes sometimes, you know? Yeah. Anywho. Yeah, let's get rid of some of these tabs. And, you ready to get into some news, chat? Ready to get into some fossil news? Let's go ahead and do that. Fossil news, starting now. Our first topic on Fossil News Today. Cretaceous and Antiornithine bird was the first of its kind with toothless beak. This is going to be pretty exciting. Let's take a look and let's maybe watch a little video, because PBS Eons has a lovely video about this to kind of introduce you to the subject. But the enantiornithine birds, these are the opposite birds. You're going to become acquainted with them.
In search of dinosaurs, but we bit off more than we could chew.
Dyson Dinosaur and their 6 raiders should have taken a smaller bite.
Dyson Dinosaur, how was your stream earlier? I hope it was really good. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. How are things? I hope you're doing well. It's good to have you here. Tell me how your stream went. In fact, I actually tuned in very briefly because I saw that you were live. Right before I started my stream, I popped in for a second to see what you were up to. And you had some, what looked like a plastic Tyrannosaur skull and ribcage. Assembling those, maybe? Looked cool. Yeah. Oh, we built a T-Rex skeleton from Bandai set from Japan. Very cool. Very cool. And Queen Dark Lady, it's good to have you back as well. How are you doing? Anyway, thank you for the raid, Dyson Dinosaur. I appreciate that. Let's take a look at that, actually. Bandai. T-Rex skeleton. Is it this one? That looks really cool. The tail is too bendy, but apart from that, this is pretty excellent. They even have the little splint of digit 3 there. Oh, not that? Different one? Okay. This one, maybe? Yes! Alright. Very cool. Oh, I like this. Yeah, that looks about the right scale. Very nice. This is really cool. I'm glad that somebody is still making these. We used to have a similar thing here in the US. I don't know if anybody remembers this. But it was called, Tiny Perfect Dinosaur. And here, I've got the Leptoceratops one here in my office somewhere. I had the Velociraptor one when I was a kid, and the Stegosaurus one when I was a kid. They also had Triceratops. They had Tyrannosaurus. Brachiosaurus. Nowadays, it's hard to find these. Oh, and they had Hypacrosaurus, too. It might have been a company out of Canada that made them, because Hypacrosaurus and Leptoceratops are both from Canada. Montana also, but mostly Canada. Let me see if I can track that down, because that was really neat. Yeah, you remember this thing? Yeah, here. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I think I know where it is. I'll be right back. Yeah.
June.
Yes. I spent months trying to find this on eBay, and I finally got a halfway decent one. The head was ripped off of the packaging for the Leptoceratops, but yeah. With this little egg, and then you've got this lovely skeleton that you can assemble right here. I needed to get the Leptoceratops one because Leptoceratops is an oft-neglected dinosaur, but one that's got a very special place in my heart. I helped excavate a Leptoceratops bone bed back in Montana in 2013. Oh, 2012, 2013, and 2014. The Leggy Blonde site, as Denver named it, after the Flight of the Conchords song. He originally found some leg bones, and they were this kind of funny blonde color, so he called it Leggy Blonde. Yeah, it's a pretty funny Flight of the Conchords song as well. But yeah, we've got our skull right there, and our hind limbs, and forelimbs. They switched the design for some of the later ones. Leptoceratops may have been the first one that they put together, but this is like a lovely educational toy as a kid. You get to assemble your own little dinosaur, and it comes with a beautiful little poster right here, and an informational book, which I have elsewhere, I guess, all about Leptoceratops. Yeah. And you one of the dinosaurs from that series, Caravan? Yeah, aren't they great? Really lovely, I think. I think this is really lovely. And I've actually seen professional paleontologists use these. Not just Dyson Dinosaur using stuff like this, but other professional paleontologists as well. And professional paleo artists. When you look at, oh, and here's the little book. But James Gurney, in one of his videos, he shows his studio, and he's got a bunch of these that he uses as reference in his sketches and paintings and stuff. So they're... Oh, this is Leptoceratops. Leptoceratops was a small dinosaur that ate plants. It had a large head with a short frill and a big beak like a parrot's. It lived millions of years ago in what is now Western North America. Yeah, just a lovely little book on Leptoceratops. It just... Oh, and I love this illustration here. That's not... When we're digging dinosaurs, it's not actually that... They're never that pristine and perfect, but I think that's supposed to be Barnum Brown. The banks of the Red Deer River in Alberta. Yep. There we go. Yeah, lovely little book here. It's good stuff. Farewell to Leptoceratops. I love that, just kind of the sentimental tone that these books have. I think they're perfect for kids, and I wish that these were not so hard to find nowadays. But yeah. Anyway, so it looks like Dyson Dinosaur was doing something similar today. If you like what I do, go follow Dyson Dinosaur. He's also a dinosaur paleontologist. There is actually more than one of us here on Twitch. Go follow Dyson Dinosaur right now if you're not already doing so. And, yeah. Oh, especially if you speak Italian. Should mention, Italian language streams. But he's also proficient in English. Anyway, Dyson Dinosaur, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. I need to learn some Italian myself so I can properly thank you when you raid in. Yeah. And Salamander says, hey Danny, I got my grade for my evolutionary processes in late Cretaceous hadrosaurs midterm essay. Got a 98 out of 100. Holy cow, Salamander. Holy cow. Good for you. Holy moly. Congratulations. That's impressive. That is impressive. Very nice. But yeah. Evane says, happy partner anniversary. Thank you, Evane. I appreciate that. We usually don't make a big deal out of partner anniversaries here. Partnerversaries. Streamiversary is my big thing. Which is also coming up. That'll be May 7th. Is, my Streamiversary. Anniversary of the day I started streaming. Yeah. So just before the field season. Yeah, Lenina, yeah. Anyway, good stuff. And yeah, Dyson Dinosaur works on iguanodontian dinosaurs such as hadrosaurs. So You would find that interesting, wouldn't you, Dyson Dinosaur? Yeah. And Otter Do It, how are you doing? Welcome back, Otter. Hope you're doing well. As I pack up this Leptoceratops egg. Put it back into here. But yeah, Leptoceratops is a dinosaur that should get some more attention. You know what? Inshallah, it will. Once we finally get stuff published on that. I need to talk to Denver Fowler about this, actually. When we're finally going to publish on that. Yeah. But yeah, good stuff. But yeah. And Golganek. Check niche partitioning as a cause for the development of various display structures. Ooh, interesting, Salamander. Interesting. Yeah. Very, very cool. Very cool. Anyway. Golganek. You're onto something there. Anyway, yeah. And thank you, Abe no Mizuki. Arigato, I should say. Arigato gozaimasu. Abe, thank you. Yeah. Paleontology course on Coursera. It looks good. They should call that subsection of the website Courseratops. Might take it if I can squeeze it in my schedule. Link to the Discord. Oh, cool, Otter. Cool. I know, some of my colleagues were doing some online classes like that. That were, like, free through University of Toronto, I think it was. Yeah. Is it here? Dinosaur Paleobiology? So, I went to school with Betsy. Yeah, she would show up to DLS sometimes, the Dead Lizard Society meetings. She was in the same department as me. I almost rented an apartment from her when she moved away from Bozeman to go up to Canada.
An online course where you will learn about one of the most fascinating and successful animal
Is it this one?
to ever inhabit this planet. Dinosaurs.
Let's talk about dinosaurs in the classic.
It's Phil Curry.
They lived during a period of time called the Mesozoic era, which started about 250 million years ago.
Oh, and man, I need to clip that right there.
Let's talk about dinosaurs in the classical sense.
That's a beautiful little alert, actually. Here, let me snag that and add that to my
They lived during a period
alerts
of time
thing.
called the Mesozoic era, which started about 250 million years ago and ended about 65 million years ago. Dinosaurs were the largest animals to ever walk the earth. Magnificent animals by anybody's definition.
The basic arrangement of bones in the body is similar among all vertebrates because they evolved from a common ancestor. Skulls of mammals, like this coyote, only have one fenestrae behind the orbit, located here, with this being the orbit. When you move on from this video, you'll have your first experience with your very own 3D fossil viewer. Good work. The same arm bones are present in both humans and
Homology.
Tyrannosaurus.
Yes.
We humans have the same bones in our legs as well. The upper leg bone of Tyrannosaurus rex, which is the same one in my leg, is called a femur.
Yep, and you already know a lot of this, but anyway. It's funny, these videos were produced when? 10 years ago. Shoot. I actually looked at these before I started streaming here on Twitch. I wanted to provide something that was kind of like that, but more interactive and more, we kind of go with the flow. A little bit more, you know, doing paleontology by the seat of our khaki shorts, you know? Flying by the seat of our pants. You know what I mean. And that was kind of the impetus for this whole thing, you know? Queen Dark Lady says your stream is very ADHD friendly. I'm glad, you know? Several of my loved ones have ADHD. I am sympathetic to the ADHD viewpoint, of course. Yeah. On the course, the instructor is Dr. Allison Murray. Allison Murray. University of Alberta. Oh, interesting, Otter. Huh. Cool. Cool. This was also through Coursera here, this one here. But maybe that's like a new one that they're doing there. Cool. And howdy science streams. Blint, I was just about to email you back before I pressed go live here. But I figured, you know what, Blint's probably gonna show up in chat. Let me just tell him, yes, I'm very much looking forward to our crossover stream tomorrow. And I haven't had time to find any papers yet, but I'll see if I can do that tonight. I want to get those to you ASAP. So, thank you, Science Streams. And excited to talk about your conference, too. How that went. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. And hey, Warzone Warrior, how are you doing? Welcome. Oh, and gotcha. That's good that you've got someone you can see about that, Warzone. I'm sure that helps. Helps to talk to a professional about stuff sometimes. I'm glad you've got that going. Yeah. Good stuff. And thank you, Otter Do It. Excellent. Now, before we went off on some tangents here, we were going to talk about this. A Cretaceous and Antiornithine bird was the first of its kind with a toothless beak. This is just published yesterday. Or at least this article was just published yesterday. Very cool. For some background on this, I figured we'd watch a quick little video first. So let's go ahead and do that. When birds had teeth from PBS eons.
In 1861, a man working in a Bavarian quarry discovered a fossil that would change the way we think about birds. The fossil was of a single beautiful feather exquisitely preserved in limestone from the Jurassic. But the feather turned out to belong to an animal that was unlike any other bird humans had ever seen. Nearby, the remains were found of Archaeopteryx, a creature that by all accounts was bird-like. But it had some very weird features, like a long bony tail and claws on its fingers. It also didn't have the large breastbone of modern birds. And it
I don't like this photo illustration because, like, it makes it look like it's 50 feet tall. It's not to scale with this meadow here, you know? Like, this is a small animal. It's about the size of a crow.
Had
you know?
teeth. Experts are still arguing over
Hey,
whether
Netherfire, you're gonna like today's discussion,
bird or a Paravian dinosaur or some other kind of dino. But regardless of what side you're on, how did this fascinating bird-like animal relate to today's birds?
Tone
like
Rebellion?
ducks,
I'm not
ravens,
familiar with
emus,
that,
you know,
no.
that sort of thing. Well, the path from Archaeopteryx to modern birds wasn't a straight line. Those teeth were a clue that this story goes all the way back to what we now call the non-avian dinosaurs. Scientists started to realize that birds actually are dinosaurs not long after Archaeopteryx was discovered in the 1860s and 70s. That's because around the same time as that find, another discovery was made in those same Bavarian quarries. It was the skeleton of a tiny meat-eating dinosaur called Compsognathus, and it was the first more or less complete skeleton of any dinosaur ever found. Compsognathus had a lot of traits that seemed bird-like. It had a curved neck, it stood on 2 legs, and it had 3 main toes. And we now think it might have
Eye
even
looks
had
way too
hair-like
far forward
feathers.
there.
But it was indisputably not a bird. It had very short arms instead of wings, and it had a pelvic bone called a pubis that pointed forward instead of backward as it does in birds. So Compsognathus was a non-avian dinosaur that looked kind of like a bird. Then in the 1870s,
Good, Claire.
American
No worries.
paleontologist O.C. Marsh described two
Yeah.
more species that illuminated the transition between dinosaurs and birds, found in late Cretaceous rocks from Kansas. One was Ichthyornis, which looked pretty much like a seagull, and the other was Hesper.
Yeah, so Ichthyornis.
One was Ichthyornis.
And that's not Ichthyornis. This is Hesperornis. They goofed up here. You know, it says Ichthyornis right here. That is not Ichthyornis. This is Hesperornis. I'll show you. Hesperornis. Hesperornis skeleton. That's it right there. So yeah, PBS Eons doesn't seem to goof up this often with stuff like this. It's kind of rare, but worth pointing out. That's Hesperornis, not Ichthyornis. Hesperornis in life would have looked... you know, a lot like this. I really love this illustration of Hesperornis. A diving, flightless, toothed bird. Pretty cool. Yeah. And Netherfire says, I took your suggestion and went to see the bird-like dinosaur fossil at the LA History Museum last week. Oh, very cool. That's awesome, Netherfire. I'm so glad you did that. Which one would that have been? Bird-like dinosaur. Some kind of theropod. I don't know who that would be. Yeah.
The infant. The adult.
Orchestran.
Ontogeny.
Thank you for the 23 months of support. I really appreciate that. Holy cow. Thank you, thank you. Yeah.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
And Golganek, thank you for that gift.
Tier 1 sub to Warzone Warrior 66.
To Warzone Warrior, I really appreciate that.
409 gift subs in the
Holy
channel.
cow, Golganek. And look, that is now our first gift sub of the week. We only have 99 to go now to reach our goal. Thank you, Golganek. I really appreciate that. Holy moly. Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, Hesperornis, and then the other one that looks like a seagull is,
No shame, no sign of disgrace or failure.
Oh, thank you.
In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually become extinct.
Thank you for the 7 months of support thing. I do really appreciate that. Thank you. Good stuff. Ichthyornis is much more like a gull or something like that, although it had teeth. Like actual socketed teeth growing out of its dennary and its maxilla and its... probably not its premaxilla, just its maxilla. Yeah. And Bad Meddler, thank you for those 5 gift subs. Starting to put a dent in that sub goal. Thank you, Bad Meddler. There are 5 people in the chat now who won't have to worry about any ads now.
Bet_Meddler just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
Not for the next 30 days, thanks to you, Bet Meddler. Thank you for that. I do really appreciate it. Holy cow. Yeah. You're tired from the time change? I got that thing, yeah. Yeah, well, I'm glad you're here. And thank you, Miss Yvette. Yeah, different shirt today. I'm trying to change it up a little bit more with the shirts. Thank you, Miss Yvette. Appreciate that. Anyway, Ichthyornis. It's a cool bird. It is a cool bird. With teeth. That's not a terrible illustration. Could be lowers.
The dinosaurs had...
And Velvet ASMR. I don't know what happened with the alert there, but I appreciate the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. How are you doing? Salamander says, Ark did something right? Is this from Ark? I don't know. That's not the worst Ichthyornis I've ever seen. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe a little big. But, yeah. Ichthyornis. There's a lovely skeletal of what that animal would have looked like there. And Velvet ASMR says, Hi there, right back at ya, Velvet. Thank you for the greeting and the follow. And that is a pretty swanky partner badge you got there. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's apparently my partnerversary today. I'd forgotten about that. I've been so busy lately. But yeah. We don't normally make a big deal out of partnerversaries here, but my streamiversary is May 7th. We'll make a big deal for that. Yeah. So yeah, let's get back to here. Ichthyornis and Hesperornis. We're trying to set the tone for this piece of fossil news here. This new discovery just published yesterday.
Looked pretty much like a seagull, and the
There you
other
go.
was Hesperornis, which resembled a huge flightless loon. Ichthyornis was clearly avian. It had wings
And
without
thank you,
claws,
Golganak, for that gift to Miss Yvette.
Golden have gifted a tier 1 sub to MSOvet 1998.
Appreciate that, Golganak.
They have given
teeth, like
410
most
gift subs in the
non-avian
channel.
theropods did. So Marsh and other experts began to hypothesize that
Thank you,
birds
Golganak.
evolved from dinosaurs.
Appreciate you.
In these specimens, Marsh saw how birds gradually acquired their curved necks, their two-legged stance, and their three toes. He saw modified arms transition to feathered wings, and the
No
loss
other
of
creature
claws
in the
and
world
long
looks like a
tail.
half-plucked turkey and walks like a pot-bellied bear.
But Mr. Delight does. Thank you for those 19 months right there, Mr. Delight. I really appreciate you. Thank you for your continued support. Keeping me online for that long. Appreciate you. Yeah, as we're talking about, you know, Othniel Charles Marsh and other paleontologists starting to realize, like, oh, shoot, birds probably evolved from dinosaurs. They're acquiring all these different, like, birdie traits along the way. I actually made a little infographic about that, which you can access through that command there. Here we go. What? There we go. And open image in new tab. Here we are. Yeah, I made this before Thanksgiving. Both before and for Thanksgiving, a couple years ago. Your Thanksgiving turkey is a dinosaur, just like all birds are dinosaurs. Birds are the only living dinosaurs. They're the only dinosaurs to have survived that extinction event at the end of the Cretaceous period. And, Thanksgiving is a day when a lot of people in the United States dissect a dinosaur. So I wanted to create this little like printable infographic there, so you can amaze your friends and family the next time you're dissecting a theropod carcass. But yeah. But yeah. Anywho. And head desk. Wait, what happened, Golganek? What's going on? And Erica's Ember's Little Stinker, how are you doing? Welcome back. It's good to see you. Yeah. And hang on a minute. What happened here? Talking about... Yeah, oil is not made from dinosaurs, whoever saw that, but people in chat are on it. Fall Machine and Claire Burr? Yeah. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue, shall we? So, the whole point of this is to show you that basically everything today that makes birds unique among modern animals, everything from that S-shaped neck to the stance of their limbs, the way that their femurs articulate with their hips, their hinge-like ankle joint, the way that their wrists swivel, even their wishbone, even their feathers. These are all dinosaur traits that they inherited. Birds didn't evolve any of that stuff originally. These are all just evolutionary hand-me-downs that birds inherited from their dinosaur ancestors. So yeah.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Risa Dagu, for those 100 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you. Let's continue with the video.
Gradually acquired their curved necks, their two-legged stance, and their three toes. He saw modified arms transition to feathered wings and the loss of claws and the long tail. Hesperornis and Ichthyornis were soon classified as ornithurans, a group of Mesozoic birds whose name means bird tail. These ancient birds had short tails instead of the longer bony tail of Archaeopteryx. Most of them also had teeth, and they tended to live on the ground. We know this because they were usually found in environments near shorelines instead of inland forest, and they didn't have the adaptations that are associated with perching, like curved foot claws or claws on the wings. So by the late 1800s, many scientists believed that it was this group, the ornithurans, that gave rise to today's birds. They didn't know what happened to their teeth, but they did know the connection was there. But still, not everyone was convinced that birds derived from dinosaurs at all. In the early 20th century, some researchers, led by Danish paleo artist Gerhard Heilmann, argued that the similarities between Compsognathus and birds were convergent, and that birds evolved from some other mystery reptile. It wasn't until 1970 that, quite by accident,
and that's the thing, like, there are a lot of paleontologists who held this view up until the 1970s and 1980s. Nowadays, everybody pretty much agrees that birds evolved from dinosaurs, but there's still a few holdouts. There's like one or two different paleontologists who still think that birds evolved from some kind of mysterious crocodile-like animal that has still never been discovered. Even though birds, you know, it's absolutely a slam dunk that birds evolved from dinosaurs at this point. You know, you don't convergently evolve something like actual veined flight feathers or a furcula, you know, the wishbone, or any of the other like hundreds of traits that birds and dinosaurs share, you know? But yeah. And Miss Yvette says he was a paleo artist. What is that, Danny? It's an artist who does paleo art, you know? Somebody who does reconstructions of extinct animals. We have a paleo artist right here on this platform. Joshua Knupe, PaleoStream, does paleo art professionally. Gets his work published in various scientific journals and stuff. So yeah. Anyway, convergently evolved an entire body. I know, right, Salamander? Yeah. Convergently evolved things like feathers. Convergently evolved everything. I don't know. Some people are wild, you know?
Paleontologist
and there you go,
John
Gene
Ostrom
one. Very
came
funny.
across the key that would unlock the origin of birds. He was studying fossils of pterosaurs from the same German limestones that produced Archaeopteryx and Compsognathus. But one of these fossils was not from a pterosaur as many had thought. It turned out to be the hand of an animal that was very similar to Archaeopteryx. Actually, for a long time, Ostrom and others thought it was an Archaeopteryx. But in 2017, it was redescribed and assigned to a new genus named after Ostrom himself. Now, the hand of this animal looked just like the hand of a non-avian dinosaur that Ostrom had uncovered just a few years earlier in Montana called Deinonychus.
Yeah, and we also have Deinonychus in the office today. This is my 3D printed skull of Deinonychus right here. Fancy that. I was not actually expecting that today. I just thought it would look nice there. But there we go. Nice and relevant. Deinonychus there. Deinonychus here. Deinonychus is actually the velociraptor from Jurassic Park. That animal is actually Deinonychus. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Let's continue.
Both animals had short thumbs, long second fingers, and third fingers of medium length. And in both specimens,
Deinonychus everywhere, I know, right?
Baja were fused together into a half-moon-shaped block that allowed for movement from side to side, but not up and down. Living birds have the same half-moon feature in their wrist, which they use to fold their wings. So Ostrom's discovery revived the theory that birds evolved from small theropod dinosaurs. And yet we had no idea how incomplete our understanding was until the 1980s and 90s, when dozens dozens of new fossil discoveries showed us how truly diverse birds were in the Mesozoic. Most of the fossils found around this time belonged to a whole new lineage of extinct birds that we didn't know even existed. They came to be called the enantiornithines, or opposite birds.
Yes, and our critter today is an enantiornithine. Say that 10 times fast. Yeah. An enormous enantiornithine. That's not actually enormous. Just trying to do some alliteration there. But yeah, a new Cretaceous enantiornithine bird was the first of its kind with a toothless beak. That's what we're talking about here. That's why I'm showing you this video.
Which is a terrible name because they totally were birds. They were only called opposite birds because one of their shoulder joints was the reverse of what's seen in living birds. But unlike the ornithurans, which mostly lived on the ground, these opposite birds mostly lived in the trees. Their fossils were commonly found in rocks that formed in ancient forests, and most of them had curved claws like perching birds do today. And these turned out to be the most common and diverse group of birds in the whole Mesozoic era.
Exceptional enantiornithine. There you go, clever. I like that.
For example, Bohyornis may have hunted small vertebrates 120 million years ago in ancient China, and it lived alongside Longipteryx, a perching bird with a long snout that may have dove for fish from tree branches like kingfishers do today. Most of these opposite birds had teeth and clawed fingers, and instead of having a fan of feathers in their tails, they had blunt rear ends that sometimes sported just two long ribbon-like feathers. So it was clear to scientists that these opposite birds belonged to a different lineage than the likes of Hesperornis, Ichthyornis, and the other ornithurans. Meanwhile, experts were also making some important discoveries about the ornithurans too, especially what happened to their teeth. For example, in the early 2000s, Chinese researchers reported finding the oldest fossil evidence of a toothless bird. They named it Confucius ornis, and it lived 130 million years ago, way back in the early Cretaceous.
And so, Confucius ornis, I think up until now, up until this new discovery this week, this new publication, I should say, this was the earliest known toothless bird. Or one of them at least. This video was 5 years ago. Yeah, there might have been an earlier Edentulus enantiornithine, a toothless opposite bird. But it might still have been Confucius ornis until this week. But now we've got a new one. We'll be talking about that shortly.
And it lived 130 million years ago, way back in the early Cretaceous. And the strangest thing was...
And Tone Rebellion's got a good question. Do you think dromaeosaurids could actually be descended from flying ancestors that became secondarily flightless? We don't really know, Tone Rebellion. It would have to be that the common ancestor of both the troodontids and the dromaeosaurs would have to have been secondarily flightless. But there are some paleontologists who think that is the case. The dinosaurs like Velociraptor and Troodon and Anchiornis might actually be secondarily flightless birds, because some of the earliest of these guys seem extraordinarily bird-like. Like Anchiornis right here. There is a chance that this is a lineage of birds. That birds evolved from their dinosaur ancestors, and then another group split off from the birds, and that would be these guys, the troodontids and the dromaeosaurs. Together they're called Deinonychosaurs, those two clades. Let's see. I'll show you. Yep, Dromaeosauridae and Troodontidae right there. They are together called Deinonychosaurs. Deinonychosauria. Yep. Yep, Troodontids and Dromaeosaurs are Deinonychosaurs together. And Tone Rebellion... I mean, we think that, that Deinonychosaurs like Microraptor could probably glide. Maybe Steinornithosaurus as well. Yeah. A lot of this stuff is still very much up for debate, but there's some really intriguing stuff going on there. Yeah, or Tredoon. There you go, Dread Pirate Robert. Yes, indeed. Yeah. And there you go, Salamander, yeah. Deinonychosauria. is the name of that clade. I'll give you a link to the Wikipedia article here. There you go. So yeah, I mean, we don't really know at the base of Maniraptora. Yeah, we don't know what the earliest Maniraptoran dinosaurs looked like. It could be that, you know, we know that troodontids and dromaeosaurs are very close to birds. But they might be so close that they actually are birds. It all depends on what's going on here at the base of the tree, within Maniraptora. And we don't have a good sense of that yet. It could be that birds evolved first, and then dromaeosaurs and troodontids split off from those earliest birds. Or it could be that the earliest birds split off just before, or just after dromaeosaurids and troodontids had already split off. We really don't know. We're still figuring that stuff out. And thank you, Flug. I appreciate that. Hey, welcome back. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Anyway, back to our birds and how they lost their teeth.
Fossil evidence of a toothless bird. They named it Confucius ornis, and it
And Harry says, I wonder why birds lost teeth as a trait. You'd think that would be really helpful. Ooh, we're going to talk about that.
lived 130 million years ago, way back in the early Cretaceous. And the strangest thing was, Confucius ornis was neither an enantiornithine or an ornithurin. It turned out that toothlessness was a convergent trait that showed up in lots of different groups at different times. Some opposite birds didn't have teeth, and some early ornithurins didn't either. So where did their teeth go? Well, for a long time,
see you later, Salamander. Thanks for being here.
Lost their teeth
Good luck
to
with
make
class.
their bodies lighter. But now we know that some tooth birds were able to fly, so it wasn't like having teeth was keeping
And there you
them
go,
off the ground.
Eric.
As
Yes.
more fossils of Mesozoic birds were
Birdiformes
found,
versus true
more
birds.
clues started to present themselves. For instance, experts began to notice that even though most ancient birds had teeth, they tended to have fewer teeth than their dinosaur ancestors. And fossils also revealed that birds started to have fewer teeth after they developed gizzards. Gizzards are a muscular part of the stomach, where with pebbles, birds can grind up their food. So with the advent of gizzards at least 120 million years ago, the need for teeth started to fade. And as birds' teeth changed, so did their beaks. Most opposite birds retain teeth at the very front of their mouths. But in the ornithurins, that same area became covered in keratinous beak tissue, while they kept their teeth that were further back in the jaw. Now
And this is actually a pattern that we see in some dinosaurs as well here. We see this in dinosaurs like therizinosaurs, like in Erlikosaurus, which is another kind of Maniraptoran dinosaur, a therizinosaur. Very bird-like, but also very big. Yeah, these are big guys. But like our Hesperornis skull here, Erlikosaurus does something very similar. I'll show you. As Erlikosaurus is evolving to be a plant-eating dinosaur, it also loses teeth in this part of its jaw. Up here, no more teeth. Just like here. It's really interesting stuff, really. I've got teeth on the lower jaw, all the way down to the end, but not up here. And I can show you a 3D model of that. There we go. Yeah. So, the skull of Erlikosaurus. You've got teeth in the lower jaw right there. But no teeth in the premaxilla, or even the anterior part of the maxilla there. See? No more tooth sockets, no more teeth there at the front. And we think that this is an adaptation for eating plants in these guys. They had meat-eating ancestors, but they're evolving toward eating plants as they become big and unwieldy and slow-moving. They develop this big old gut. They're kind of like a giant ground sloth, but, you know, like 100 million years before the first giant ground sloths evolved. really, giant ground sloths are like therizinosaurs. Is really the way to think of it. Yeah. So yeah, so why would that happen?
Covered in keratinous beak tissue, while they kept their teeth that were further back in the jaw. Now, some experts think that replacing teeth with beak tissue may have had something to do with making it easier.
Oh, and Eric, you're talking about Gerard Vermeer at the University of California, Davis. But yeah, he studies fossil mollusks and modern mollusks too. But anyway, certain features do go away, but if they're like a complex thing that goes away, it can't come back in the exact same way again. Or at least it's extremely unlikely. That's called Dollo's law. So like birds have never re-evolved teeth. For instance. So yeah, Dollo's law of irreversibility. So you have an old form, and say you lose something like teeth. You know, actual socketed teeth in your mouth. And say later on the line, 20 million years later, after not having teeth for 20 million years, your descendants, it would behoove them to re-evolve teeth. They're not going to re-evolve like true socketed teeth again. Chances are it's going to be some other, like, the series of mutations that leads to them having tooth-like stuff. It's going to be tooth-like stuff. It's not going to be true teeth. It's kind of like with Pelagornis. These are seabirds that evolved during the age of mammals, after the extinction of the non-bird dinosaurs, and they are toothed birds, but those aren't true teeth. These are what we call pseudo-teeth. They're just sharp projections that come off of the beak, like that. They're not true teeth that grow in out of a socket and they've got a root and everything. Those are true teeth. These are not. These are just pointy parts of the beak. Yeah. Isn't that cool? But it's a beautiful representation of Dollo's law of irreversibility. I'll give you the Wikipedia article for that. It's a pretty neat concept. It's named after Louis Dollo. And Eric, thank you so much for the 12 months of support. I really appreciate that, Eric. Thank you. Keeping me online for that long. Thanks for supporting me. And supporting this whole endeavor of paleontology outreach on Twitch. Anyway, yeah, Dollo was the one who reconstructed and studied these iguanodon fossils from Bernissart in Belgium. This is a huge part of the early history of dinosaur paleontology, was the work done on the Bernissart specimens by Dollo and his people. So yeah. Oh, that's a lovely engraving there. I like that a lot. Anywho, yeah. So let's get back to birds and how and when and why they lost their teeth. Yeah.
So did their beaks. Most opposite birds retain teeth at the very front of their mouths. But in the ornithurans, that same area became covered in keratinous beak tissue, while they kept their teeth that were further back in the jaw. Now, some experts think that replacing teeth with beak tissue may have had something to do with making it easier to eat certain foods, like seeds. But another theory proposed in 2018 suggests that beaks may have been more advantageous for baby birds. Teeth take a long time to grow in developing embryos, but if you shorten that step or cut it out altogether, then eggs can hatch earlier. And the shorter a bird's incubation time is, the less vulnerable its young will be to predators.
And this makes a lot of sense. When you're an egg, you're helpless. Eggs are not very good at running away or otherwise defending themselves against predators. The less time that you spend in an egg, the better off you are in a lot of situations. Everything's a trade-off, but like, if you can find a way to develop a little bit more quickly and still be like no pun intended, fully fledged by the time you're done, all the better. If you can, cut a corner like that, like the development of teeth, and be born just a little bit sooner, might behoove you to do so. And that might be a reason why several lineages of birds lost teeth like that.
Embryos, but if you shorten that step or cut it out altogether,
There you go, Echidna.
the
Yes.
can hatch
Yes.
earlier. And the shorter a bird's incubation time is, the less vulnerable its young will be to predators. So birds may have
Lots of
lost
birds lay
their teeth
camouflaged
for
eggs.
many
You bet,
reasons,
Harry.
but
Yeah.
One thing we know for sure is that in the Cretaceous, teeth.
And Huygens says, why did they not evolve to give live birth? Probably because live birth is not as efficient. Birds need to be able to fly for the most part. And carrying a big heavy embryo around inside you is a big disadvantage for flight. It's heavy, it's bulky. With birds, mother bird can lay an egg and then she can go off and do her bird thing, evade predators, gather food, all kinds of stuff like that. And then that egg can grow, the embryo can grow inside of the egg outside of her body. And so it does proffer an advantage to birds like that.
Disappeared in the group of ornithurans that would give rise to today's birds. These are the neornithines. Their fossils are still very rare, but in the past couple of decades, paleontologists have found bones of the very earliest members of this group. One of the best known is a 68-million-year-old duck relative from Antarctica called Vagavus. And its remains show us that even by the late Cretaceous, it was already well adapted to swimming and diving. So today, we finally have enough fossils of different kinds of birds to know that about 66 million years ago, there were both toothed birds and toothless birds from many different groups, and generally, they were all doing just fine. Until the Cretaceous period ended in extinction. There were many causes behind the extinction event that killed off the non-avian dinosaurs. But when it came to birds, and most everything else, the worst was probably the asteroid impact in the Gulf of Mexico. The impact set off huge fires that destroyed entire forests and vaulted dust into the atmosphere, probably blocking much of the sunlight for years. For birds, their odds of survival might have come down to a number of factors, including how big they were, where they lived, and what they ate. For example, if you lived in trees like most opposite birds did, you were in the worst possible place in the aftermath of the impact. Not only was your habitat suddenly gone, but if you ate plants, it would be weeks or months before any new growth would be available. And if you ate meat, there was almost nothing around to hunt. But if you were smaller and lived on the forest floor, there's a chance you could have found shelter. And it might have been a lot easier for you to find food, like seeds on the ground.
And I think this is one of the points that a lot of people they fail to realize, often because this isn't really taught properly, is that when we think of like the end Cretaceous extinction event that wiped out the dinosaurs except for birds, we think of it in those terms. It wiped out the dinosaurs except for birds. Like somehow birds were untouched here. They were not untouched. It's something like 94% of bird species also went extinct at the boundary. 94%. All of the birds that had teeth died out at that boundary. And that might have been because they mostly lived in trees, or they mostly hunted smaller vertebrates, or something like that. It seems like mostly the birds that can survive on seeds, who already lived on the ground, those are the only ones who survived. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Around to hunt. But if you were smaller and lived on the forest floor, there's a chance you could have found shelter. And it might have been a lot easier for you to find food, like seeds on the ground. Likewise, if you were aquatic, your habitat and your food supply might have been less disturbed by the fire.
And it's ironic that they're showing this because Hesperornis did go extinct, as far as I know. The Hesperornithian birds, I think, go extinct at the end of the Cretaceous. So they were very much affected. I think all of the marine birds died out because the marine food web just collapsed. It's more like your kind of duck or goose type birds that were smaller. They may have survived. In fact, galliform birds might might actually emerge before the end Cretaceous extinction event, and they might make it through that event. These guys, they got wiped out, I'm pretty sure. Let's look that up real quick, actually. Hesperornithines. Hesperornithine bird. There we go. They were wiped out in the Cretaceous Paleogene extinction event, along with the Enantiornithines and all the other non-avian dinosaurs, and many other diverse plant and animal groups. So yeah, these guys bit the dust. They did not survive, which is important to note. Yeah. Red said, how did crocodiles and sharks survive? Some groups of sharks did not survive. Some groups of sharks died out. And I think there might have been a few crocodile species that also went extinct. But for the most part, in freshwater environments, they weren't as hard to hit. Because in freshwater environments, rivers and lakes and swamps, the sorts of places where crocodiles live, those areas just didn't really get hard hit by these. Not as hard to hit as other environments. If you're living in a swamp, chances are you're a detritivore. Or you're eating detritivores. The base of the swamp food system, like food web, did not get wiped out by the asteroid impact and all the ensuing ecological destruction. If you're like, I don't know, say for instance you're an alligator living in a swamp. You're eating turtles, and turtles did really, really well in the in that extinction event. Only about 20% of turtle species died out worldwide, as far as we know. So they did really well. So if you're a crocodile, you're eating turtles, you're eating freshwater fishes, only about 40% of them died out. You're eating any other creatures that might come too close to the riverbank. Also, if you're a crocodilian, you don't have to eat every day. You don't even have to eat every week. You've got a very slow metabolism. Probably good at digging burrows. You can just kind of hide out there until everything blows over. So crocodiles were like kind of uniquely suited to survive an ecological catastrophe like that. If that makes sense. As for sharks, I think sharks were actually pretty hard hit in the KPG extinction event. Yeah. Yeah, here we go. Meteorite impact. No picnic for sharks either. Yeah. How bad was the mass extinction for sharks, skates, and rays? The short answer to this question is not dinosaur bad, but still pretty bad. Around 62% of elasmobranchs, those are, you know, sharks and skates and rays, they went extinct during the KPG mass extinction. This diversity disaster is shown in these graphs by the plunge in species numbers around 66 million years ago. It was worse for skates and rays, which narrowly avoided complete annihilation. So yeah, their diversity, woof, plummets right there. And then they managed to recover a bit. But still they're not nearly as diverse today as they were back before that extinction event. So sharks are still kind of recovering from that. And now we're not helping things at all as human beings. Sharks are some of the most persecuted animals on Earth. It's heartbreaking what people have done to shark populations. But yeah. Yeah. Cephalium says, how are the percentages estimated? So basically you've got species counts. So in a certain geological formation, you'll have what we call like a faunal list. So let's look at for the Hell Creek Formation, for instance. I've done a lot of work in the Hell Creek over the years. And there should be a faunal list here, right? Paleobiota of the Hell Creek Formation. There we go. So, mollusks. You've got all these genera and species. Amphibians. All these genera and species. Bony fish. Cartilaginous fish. There we go. So these are different sharks and skates and rays that lived in the Hell Creek Formation, which is fresh water, by the way. Yeah. Mylodaphus. I found a bunch of Mylodaphus teeth in my day. They look like this. It's probably similar to like a guitar fish or something. Anyway, and then there's carcharinid sharks as well, like that. I think it's a blacktip reef shark. Because it's a shark swimming near a reef. It's got black tips on its fins. I'm gonna guess it's a blacktip reef shark. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. But yeah. Anyway, we get a bunch of different species in here. So basically, to like measure the extinction rate, you just look at the number of species before that you find in the fossil record, and then the number of species after. And then you say, oh, well, 40% of them disappeared. It's a 40% extinction rate, or something like that. It's never quite that cut and dry in reality, but we try and estimate these things to the best of our ability so we can see the overall trends. The exact percentage points are not the most important. It's like, it's just the overall trend that you see that is actually important. Because you get other stuff like the Signor-Lipps effect and stuff like that. There we go. Signor-Lipps effect states that since fossil records of organisms are never complete, neither the first nor the last organism in a given taxon will be recorded as a fossil. So, chances are there might be a few that survived afterward, but you gotta kind of account for that, because fossils are rarely preserved, or rarely... If they're not really rarely preserved, they're at least rarely discovered and studied and cataloged. That's really the crux of it. But yeah. Zeppelin says, so do we know a lot of bird species from the Cretaceous? Yeah, and we're finding more and more every year. There used to be almost none. It used to be just, like we were talking about here at the beginning. Right there. It used to basically just be these guys.
Resembled a huge flightless...
Yeah.
Looked kind of like a bird. Then in the 1870s, American paleontologist O.C. Marsh described two more species that illuminated the transition between dinosaurs and birds, found in late Cretaceous rocks from Kansas. One was Ichthyornis, which...
So that's actually Hesperornis that they showed right there. But anyway, Ichthyornis and Hesperornis. For a long time, these were like the only Cretaceous birds that had ever been found. Birds tend to be fairly rare in the fossil record, or at least they're not easily identifiable. The bones are very delicate. They're maybe not that well... It might be rather unlikely that they get preserved in the first place. But yeah.
And this is a dinosaur too.
Fishy Fruits, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Nowadays we've got many, many, many more birds from the age of dinosaurs, especially from the Cretaceous period. And a lot of this have come from China. Yeah. And we've got another 40 minutes until Metazua refreshes. Well, Lenina, okay. Huh. Yeah. But yeah. Cosmic Seekin says, from the Chicxulub impactor, would creatures on the other side of the planet be less impacted by the after effects? We're not really sure, Cosmic Seekin. That's one of the frustrating things. Is that... Here, we were talking about the Hell Creek Formation here. The Hell Creek Formation is very, very well studied by the standards of different geological formations at the end of the Cretaceous. But this is just one little keyhole here that we're trying to look through. We don't have that many places around the world that record where rocks from this particular time, the end of the Cretaceous period, the very end of the Cretaceous, right here, the end of the Maastrichtian stage of the Upper Cretaceous period. We don't have a lot of terrestrial Maastrichtian rocks. We've got exposures in Montana, and those extend into Wyoming and the Dakotas and Alberta and Saskatchewan. There's very few other places in the world. I guess maybe parts of India. You would have rocks from the end of the Maastrichtian, but finding the KPG boundary is difficult to do on land. Like for terrestrial sediments. We've got marine strata that have got the KPG boundary, I guess. But the Hell Creek Formation it's the best peak that we have into this. And that is, that's, of course, not too far away from the actual impact. Here. So this is what Earth looked like at the time, 66 million years ago. The arrangement of the continents and sea levels and everything else. So that impact event, that's right there. That's the Chicxulub crater. Right there. Now you can see my cursor. Right there. You know, Montana, Wyoming, the Dakotas, Saskatchewan, and Alberta, that's not that far away. We're on the same side of the planet. Like, there would have been shockwaves that would have hit all the poor critters and plants living up here from that. You go to the other side of the world, and they're going to be less affected. At least by those initial things, like shockwaves and tsunamis and maybe earthquakes. But there still would have been global effects, because you would have had that cloud of soot and ash and dust that covered the whole planet and basically caused an impact winter. So yeah. We're still kind of figuring this out, Cosmic Seekin, but we need to find deposits on the other side of the globe from this particular time. And that's hard to do. It's hard to do. But yeah, and even fewer of them are continuous across the boundary. Exactly, Eric, yeah. But around the other side of the planet, not so bad. Well, that's the thing, is that when we're thinking about, especially when someone interested in astronomy, like you, I think, Cosmic Seekin, you're thinking about this, you're thinking of the actual impact, you're thinking of the force of the blast, you're thinking about the shock waves, maybe shocked quartz, you're thinking about all this stuff, but it's really the aftermath that was 10 times worse. It was that global cloud of ash and dust and soot, the global wildfires, and then the ensuing, like, basically like a nuclear winter. That, it really messed things up for the whole planet, you know? Yeah, it blocked out the sun, Ice Island, exactly. Yeah. Maybe I can find you a clip.
There are hundreds of them.
Here.
Usually you find piles of bones that aren't articulated. They're not in the correct order. So having the vertebrae in the right order like this is very articulated.
We've now found several specimens that are very close to the boundary. And really what that's showing us is that even if dinosaurs are rare, if you look long enough, you'll find them when they were living on the planet. What we have not found yet is any dinosaur skeleton anywhere in the world above the KT boundary layer.
Scientists now knew what lived here and their ultimate fate.
Yep. So this is the dramatic stuff near the impact site, you know?
Death came quickly.
If you turn your oven on board.
I'm really annoyed by this, showing animals like Parasaurolophus. Parasaurolophus did not live at the very end of the Cretaceous. Parasaurolophus is from the Campanian. It's from like 10 million years before this kicked off. So, not great that they showed it, you know?
If you turn your oven on broil, open the door, put your hand into the glow bar, that's what the dinosaurs felt very soon. And they were probably broiled alive within an hour or so.
For dinosaurs further away, death may have been delayed, but not.
Yeah, further away by about 50 million years. So Spinosaurus died out like 100 million years ago. That's like a full, what, I guess, 34 million years before the impact? Spinosaurus had already been gone for 34 million years before any of this happened.
Not for long.
Yeah. That's excellent social distancing,
Soon,
right? Yeah.
Vaporized ejecta and smoke from fires filled the air.
And there may have also been a lot of sulfur blown into the atmosphere because the impact site in the Yucatan Peninsula had a lot of sulfur in it. And all of those things were abundant enough to obliterate the sun.
This was really the kicker, you know?
Without light, anything dependent on photosynthesis, on land or in the sea, was vulnerable.
And the sea is the thing that we always forget about.
Giant reptiles still alive died off. The Mesozoic era, the age of dinosaurs, was over.
Yep. Anyway. Yeah. Trek Nerd says birds don't do well with sooty air, so I'm amazed they survived. Well, most of them didn't. I mean, again, it's like 94% of bird species were wiped out. Extinct. Gone. Forever. 94%. Birds did not do well during this. They barely squeaked through. Kind of like our mammal ancestors, also barely squeaked through. Literally, in some cases. They're very small, squeaky animals, you know, back then. So yeah. Yeah. So anywho. Yeah.
On the forest floor, there's a chance you could have found
Hey,
shelter.
Seatown Striker, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. I feel like we had another question here, actually. What was that? Yeah, and you're right, Diagonal. Yeah, the exact opposite of the part of the globe from the Chicxulub impactor would be mostly ocean. Let's go back to that. I get rid of some of these tabs. There we go. Yeah, so there's the impact. If we go around to the opposite side of the globe, it's, again, mostly ocean over here. Then you've got Australia, Antarctica, India, Asia. But all of these places would have been affected by a global cloud of dust and soot and ash and other particulate matter blocking out the sun. Dropping temperatures, inhibiting photosynthesis, just causing a global collapse in food webs. You kill those producers, the things that are producing food from the sun's rays, the base of the food chain, then everything collapses. And that's exactly what happened. So yeah. And there you go, yeah. Seatown Striker, yep. And Mount Pinatubo, I think also in Indonesia. When that erupted, it dropped global temperatures by several degrees for years afterward. Yeah. Here, let's talk about that briefly. Yeah.
On June 15th, 1991, Mount Pinatubo on the Philippine island of Luzon erupted with a massive blow. This eruption would be the second biggest land-based eruption of the 20th century after a 1912 eruption in Alaska.
Yep. I've reached out to Volcano Doc about doing an interview with her sometime soon, and we're hopefully going to be talking about stuff like this.
Digging
She's a
deeper, we
volcanologist.
find that the
Let's
massive
get a shout out for
eruption
Volcano Doc.
cost at least 847 people their lives and would reduce the
man.
size of the ozone layer.
Oh, Pinatubo's the
upper
Philippines.
atmosphere
That's
and
right.
affect global
I'm sorry,
temperature.
Diagonal. He did say Luzon, didn't he? Yeah. Sorry. Brain fart.
For the next 2 years, as evidenced by a 1 degree Fahrenheit drop.
Yep.
Although unassuming and covered in trees, Pinatubo was a sleeping monster, its last eruption having been in 1500 AD. When it did erupt,
Yeah,
it blew more
Cosmic
ash
Satan.
into the Earth's atmosphere than any other eruption since the 1883 eruption of Krakatoa.
And so that eruption in 1883 again lowered Earth's temperatures by Earth's overall temperature by several degrees for years afterward. And it also made sunsets spectacular because of all the particulate matter in the air. Like, as the rays of the sun are coming down at kind of a shallower angle during a sunset, they would illuminate these particles and just, you would get these brilliant, gorgeous sunsets. But that was not good for the nearby people who lived there. Holy cow. Things like these can also cause famines. They can cause ecological collapse. They can cause all kinds of nasty things.
Just how big was this massive volcanic eruption that reduced the summit of the mountain by 1,100 feet? About 22 million tons of sulfur dioxide and
Jeez.
10 billion tons of lava, the equivalent of 2.4 cubic miles of melted rock, were released. Flows of magma, as lava is called beneath ground, brought a stunning quantity of metals to the surface, including 880,000 tons of zinc,
Wow.
610,000
Make a lot of pennies with
tons of
that.
chromium, 11,000 tons of arsenic, and 660 tons of copper. Other metals
Make a lot of
released in
pennies with that,
massive
too, the good
quantities
kind.
included nickel,
Nice.
lead, cadmium, and mercury. The resulting ash cloud covered 48,000 square miles, burying local villages in ash, damaging the jet engines on planes that flew through the ash clouds, destroying 37,000 acres of reforested areas, rendering 200,000 acres of farmland useless, and killing 800,000 farm animals.
Ugh.
Untold tons of ash turned into mud which flowed over the island when it rained, creating new devastation and displacing persons and leaving them in unsanitary conditions. Around 1.2 million people lost their homes.
And Eric says, could that create an iridium anomaly? Maybe. I don't know if it would be enough for it to be global. But that is one explanation that's been floated for the iridium spike that you have at the KPG boundary, that it was, it must have been from volcanic eruptions, but I don't think anybody really puts forth that idea now. I think the concentration of iridium below the Earth's surface is much less than it is in, like, asteroids and stuff like that. But yeah.
Furthermore,
Yeah.
the United States military ended up abandoning Clark Air Base and Subic Bay Naval Base, adding to the financial loss for the Philippines.
And Spartan, holy cow, speaking of lovely ground-dwelling birds who eat seeds and things, this lovely Tinimu here, heralding the arrival of 10 gift subs from Spartan. Really appreciate that. Look how happy this bird is. Uh-oh, a little too happy. Oh, shoot.
So Spartan Zero is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Holy cow, Spartan. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Thank you kindly. And don't worry about that bird. I'm sure he'll be fine. But yeah. Anyway, Spartan, thank you very much for your generosity. There's 10 people in the chat now who won't have to worry about any ads for the next 30 days, thanks to you. And they'll get to use all those emotes like these and these, and these, and these and these. And these. And these, and these. So many different emotes. are available to them for the next 30 days thanks to your generosity there, Spartan, and I appreciate you for it. Thank you, thank you.
What's your tune?
Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Trek nerd. Oh no. Anyway, let's continue.
The total economic loss is hard to calculate. Was probably over $500 million.
All right, economic loss, blah blah blah, but yeah,
scientists cannot say for sure. They can only monitor the instruments and hope to be able to give as much warning as possible.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll be talking with Volcano Doc about that. Hopefully we can do an interview sometime soon. But anyway, ash and soot, even if it's just from the eruption of one volcano, can have global implications. You know, when you've got a giant hunk of rock from outer space the size of San Francisco that slams into the earth at incredible velocity and with tremendous force, you know, that can affect the entire planet. Can and did. And we're lucky that any birds at all survived. We're also very lucky that our ancestors survived. The necklace that I have right here, right there, is that's kind of the story behind that. This is a piece of the KPG boundary in here, what we call the Z coal. That is that particular layer, that iridium-rich layer from 66 million years ago. This is from that impact. This is from Montana, you know? That's thousands of miles from the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico. And yet, there are tiny bits of asteroid in here, I guess. Well, probably trace amounts of asteroid. It's mostly other stuff that got kicked up by the asteroid, but you know what I mean. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And Bliss 9, I've got a command about that. Yeah. But it's a reminder that, like, shoot, if this hadn't happened, if that freak event had not occurred, we would not be here today. I don't just mean you and I wouldn't be here on Twitch. I mean, we as human beings would not be here. Mammals would not be the way that we are today. During the age of dinosaurs, mammals were, you know, mostly tiny little squeaky things just kind of eking out an existence in the shadow of the dinosaurs. Mammals and dinosaurs evolved about the same time, back in the Triassic period. And for the entire age of the dinosaurs, you know, dinosaurs were the dominant terrestrial creatures. You know, like large-bodied animals on land. Dinosaurs had that niche, those niches on lock. They had those. And mammals were all really small little things. Then something changed, you know, in the blink of an eye like that. And that's why we're here today. And I think that's something to think about. I think that's something that's worth remembering. You know, that's why I wear this necklace all the time. Yeah. But yeah. I've never been to the crater location, no, and the biologist. Not yet, at least. Not yet.
Was your habitat suddenly gone, but if you ate plants, it would be weeks or months before any new growth.
Welcome back, Gentle Freak. Good to have you
here.
here.
If you ate meat, there was almost nothing around to hunt. But if you were smaller and lived on the forest floor, there's a chance you could have found shelter. And it might have been a lot easier for you to find food, like seeds on the ground. Likewise, if you were aquatic, your habitat and your food supply might have been less disturbed by the fires. So out of what may have been thousands of species of dinosaurs living at the end of the Cretaceous, only 3 groups of neornithines had that perfect survivor's combination of being small, ground-dwelling or aquatic, and seed-eating. One of these lineages was the Paleognathes, which today include radites like ostriches and emus, as well as adorable South American birds called tinamou.
Yes, indeed. Like the tinamou that we just saw in our alert.
The Galloancerans also survived, like Vegavus and its kin, possibly thanks to their aquatic lifestyle. Today they include chickens, ducks, and other kinds of fowl. And the third lineage is the Neo-avians, which includes essentially every other living bird. Free of competition from the tree-dwelling opposite birds, a lot of Neo-avians quickly took to life in the trees at the dawn of the Cenozoic. These birds all have diverse diets and habitats today. But by analyzing the earliest known members of each group, scientists have found that the last common ancestor of all living birds was indeed a ground-dwelling seed eater. Each of these three lineages might have only had a handful of species at the time of the extinction, but they are the ancestors of roughly 10,000 species of birds that are alive today. There are many things we have yet to learn about the story of birds, but our understanding has grown tremendously since that lovely fossil of a feather was first discovered in Germany more than 150 years ago. And just within my own lifetime, a wealth of bird fossils have been discovered that are only beginning to reveal the wonderfully weird and diverse world of the Mesozoic, when birds had teeth.
Very cool stuff from PBS Eons. Here's a link right there. In my opinion, the best paleontology series on YouTube. Good stuff. Now, we watched that to give you some background on this. This was just published yesterday. Cretaceous, an Antiornithian bird, was the first of its kind with a toothless beak. Paleontologists have described a new species of an Antiornithian with a toothless beak from the G-hole avifauna of China. Most of our Cretaceous fossil birds nowadays come from China. The discovery pushes back the earliest appearance of edentulesum, toothlessness, in Enantiornithines by approximately 48 million years. Holy cow. Wowza, wowza. Yeah. And Hugin, I don't think we found any false tooth birds in the Mesozoic yet. Yeah, I think that's a later thing. Yeah. Imperavis attenborough. Well, well, well. Named after David Attenborough, I'm sure. Lived in what is now northeastern China some 120 million years ago in the early Cretaceous. This bird was a member of the group called Enantiornithines, or opposite birds, named for a feature in their shoulder joints that is opposite from what's seen in modern birds, like she mentioned in the video. Enantiornithines were once the most diverse group of birds, but they went extinct 66 million years ago following the meteor impact that killed most of the dinosaurs. All of the dinosaurs except for a few species of bird. Paleontologists are still working to figure out why the Enantiornithines went extinct and the ornithuromorphs, the group that gave rise to modern birds, survived. Enantiornithines are very weird. Most of them had teeth and still had clawed digits. Well, clawed fingers, said Alex Clark, a PhD student at the University of Chicago and the Field Museum. And yeah, a lot of them did have claws on their hands. Like Confuciusornis. Yeah, this lovely fossil bird here had claws on its hands. Very cool. Today there's only a few species of bird that still have this. The most notable of which is the Hoatzin. I could go into more detail about that, but I don't want to get bogged down. Let's get back to the, but yeah. And Harry, we've been talking, well, wait, France. I thought that was in Portugal. The Titanosaur. Maybe that's a different one. We'll take a look at that too. But yeah. Wait, and the biologist, do you not know about the Hoatzin? We can talk about Hoatzin briefly. There we go. Yeah.
The Hoatzin. Opisthocomus is the genus, which means strange comb-like hair. It's found in Amazonia, lowland tropical rainforests, the eastern base of the Andes, all the way.
Beautiful bird, especially when it's full grown.
The juveniles, the nestlings, have this ancient characteristic, that of having claws on their wings.
Yep.
This is something that Archaeopteryx had, and is the same finger pattern as our dinosaurs had, and this is retained in a modern bird. These Hoatzin nestlings, as a defense against predators, will jump out of their nest when a predator arrives, into water usually. When the predator leaves, these soaking wet birds need to climb back into their nest, and so they use those claws on their wings to sort of shimmy up back into the nest. The genetics for clawed wings are in every bird. Those claws are lost in utero. The Hoatzin has retained this as its primary anti-predator defense. Others use camouflage. Some have covered nests. Other adults are aggressive. It's just natural selection. Whatever lane works best, the species retains that.
Yep. Cool stuff. Let's see. Where's the brief Attenborough video on this? There we go. Yeah. And parathetamol, I agree. Evolution is amazing. Yep, there's a baby Hoatzin. And there you go, Neverwinter, yes. Notoriously smelly birds, too. So these are some of the very few folivorous birds in the world. They actually eat leaves. Or they just jump in. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah. So yeah, we still have birds with claws today. Which is pretty neat to think about. But yeah. And parathetamol, yeah. There's a bunch of those, like the laryngeal nerve as well. Laryngeal nerve? Yeah. Anyway. So, you just heard the voice of David Attenborough. Our new bird is named after David Attenborough. Oh, and hello, sweetie pie. Have you come to say hello? Come on up here, sweetie. Getting a visit from the landlord, currently. Hey, how you doing? You want to come up here? If you were to go back in time 120 million years ago in northeastern China and walk around, you might have seen something that looked like a robin or a cardinal. Then it would open its mouth and it would be filled with teeth. And it would raise its wing. You would realize that it had little fingers with claws on them. Scientists previously thought that the first record of toothlessness in the group was about 72 million years ago in the late Cretaceous. This little guy, Imparivus attenboroughi, pushes that back by about 48 to 50 million years. So toothlessness, or edentulism, evolved much earlier in this group than we thought. The fossilized skeleton of Imparivus attenboroughi was found by an amateur fossil collector near the village of Tudoyingxi in northeastern China, and was donated to the Shandong Tianyu Museum of Nature. I think what drew me to this specimen wasn't its lack of teeth, it was its forelimbs, said Dr. Jingmei O'Connor, Associate Curator of Fossil Reptiles at the Field Museum. Now, long-time viewers of this broadcast might recognize the name Jingmei O'Connor. She's come up a few times on the stream, not just for her research on fossil birds and other theropod dinosaurs, but also Here we go. When we've talked about the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meetings, I've shown you this clip before. There's Jingmei there. Yeah. So here's a group of vertebrate paleontologists at an international conference having a dance party here. And there's Nate Carroll there, my old friend from Montana, and there's Jingmei right there. So yeah. Anyway, just trying to put a face or maybe some dance moves with a name here. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Jingmei O'Connor. See, one of the things that I'm always trying to do here on Paleontologizing is to show that scientists, we are human beings, you know? We're not just automatons in lab coats. We are very much human. And many of us have many interests outside of science. And, I don't know, we're fully fleshed out people. Some of us even have, fuzzy landlords that bother us in the middle of a stream and jump up right in front of the camera, you know? I'm not going to say that's going to happen anytime soon, but... Oh, yeah. Sweetie Pie, how are you doing? How are things? You having a good day? Yeah? I've had some company over lately, and Sweetie Pie's been a little shy. But I'm glad that... Oh, thank you for saying hello, Sweetie Pie. Here. How are you doing, sweetie? How are you doing? Sweetie Pie is one of 3 cats who live here. And all 3 of them are my landlords. Aren't you, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. You know, they run kind of a protection racket. You're like, yeah, it's a nice stream you got here, you know? It'd be an awful shame if anything were to happen to it, you know? Let's look at my screen here. But, you know, it'd be an awful shame if something would have happened to the stream that you have here. If somebody were to, cough up a hairball on your keyboard there, you know? Yeah. All I'm looking for is, just want to get my beak wet. So, is that right, Sweetie Pie? Okay. Well, time for me to pay up. Oh, yeah, that's the stuff. Yeah. There you go, Sweetie Pie. There you go. And Tone Rebellion, yeah, our common Boro-Eutherian ancestor. There you go, Tone Rebellion, yep. Good stuff. Good stuff, Sweetie Pie. Yeah, there you go, Tone Rebellion. It's true. Back then, at the base of Boro-Eutheria, cats and our ancestors were the same critter. Like, we had a shared common ancestor back then. Yeah. This is the content you came for? Well, and the biologist. I hope you stick around even when the cats do not decide to appear on camera. But we're lucky we got to see Sweetie Pie there. Thank you, Sweetie. I'll see you later, okay? Yeah. 101 times. Well, well, well. I'm glad we've got that cat encounter counter. Going there, yeah. Are they on a schedule? Says Harry. Well, I mean, you could start keeping a spreadsheet. All the VODs go up on YouTube afterwards, so yeah. Yeah. Do they adhere to daylight savings time? They don't really adhere to any schedule. They just kind of do what they feel, you know? They don't even eat on a schedule. They just eat whenever they want. They free feed. So there's always a bowl of food for them. Several bowls of food. They're not very schedule oriented, these cats. Where were we? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, scientists. You know, we're human beings, just like you. We dance, and there are mammals that live in our houses also. And anyway, Jingmei O'Connor. Yeah. She said it had a giant bicipital crest, a bony process jutting out of the top of the upper arm bone where muscles attach. I'd seen crests like that in late Cretaceous birds, but not in the early Cretaceous like this one. That's when I first suspected it might be a new species. The unusual wing bones of Imparavis attenborough could have allowed for muscle attachments that let this bird flap its wings with extra power. We're potentially looking at really strong wing beats, Clark said. Some features of the bones resembled those of modern birds like puffins or mures, which can flap crazy fast, or quails and pheasants, which are stout little birds but produce enough power to launch nearly vertically at a moment's notice when threatened. Meanwhile, the toothless beak of Imparavis attenborough doesn't necessarily tell the researchers what it was eating, since modern toothless birds have a wide variety of diets. And this is something that is continually frustrating to paleontologists like myself who want to figure out what are ornithomimosaurs eating? Or oviraptorosaurs. These toothless theropod dinosaurs, usually teeth are kind of a clue to us as to what they're eating. But when they don't have teeth, it gets tricky. Probably mostly herbivorous. That's kind of the general consensus nowadays, is that toothlessness, edentulousness, goes with herbivory. Well, there's lots of birds today that are toothless that have all kinds of varied diets, so they often have different beak shapes adapted for different purposes, and that's kind of what we use for trying to determine diet. But yeah. But shoot, when you have a critter with a beak like this, you know, like, what in the world are they eating? Like, what? What? Oh boy. Yeah. So anyway. Yeah. Treknerd says human fingers. Claire Burr says Greg Paul? I don't think they're eating Greg Paul. I think he's still around. No, Claire, I know this is not actually a Greg Paul illustration, but it is directly copied, one might say plagiarized, from a Greg Paul illustration. That's the thing with, like, a lot of, you know, people on DeviantArt. They often just, like, practically trace Greg Paul's work. Or they crib his style. He doesn't like that either. He gets prickly about it, understandably. But yeah. And the biologist says, I'd say seeds? Walnuts? McDonald's, maybe. This is, Jasicus. Jasicius, sorry. Cosmic Seegan says that looks like a cassowary which eats fruit, but its mouth is very different from a cassowary mouth. It's got a much thicker beak, even if it does have a similar crest. The crest is not for feeding. The crest is for display, presumably. Maybe vocalization. Might have something to do with thermoregulation as well. So yeah, we really don't know what they were eating. Something tough, says Trek Nerd. That might be the case. Yeah, but this is a good example of a toothless dinosaur. Yeah. Here. There's Corythoraptor, which is a closely related genus.
A bonanza for dinosaurs called Corythoraptor.
Or maybe they ate bananas, you know? Just kidding.
Although they have feathers, they're flightless. These have found a particularly abundant fall of fruit.
A Dilophosaur crest would have been similar to a cassowary in a lot of ways. Werewolf cass, yes. Yes.
If she is to catch a Corythoraptor, she'll have to get close.
And, yeah, here. And, what do they call it? Jonchusaurus, I think? Yeah, there we go.
But her prey have still not noticed her.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily convinced that this is actually a distinct Tyrannosaur taxon. Its own genus. I wouldn't be shocked if it just turns out to be another juvenile Tarbosaurus, like Raptor Rex, like Alioramus very well might be, like a lot of these critters very well might be. Electrosaurus. And, Biopoo says, bro, I love paleontology. You're in the right place. Biopoo, welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. This does look a lot like you would expect a juvenile Tyrannosaur to look.
She's failed. But then most hunts throughout the history of life fail most of the time.
True. Anywho. We keep getting distracted, but there's lots of cool stuff to discuss. Yeah. So yeah, how do we get on that? Toothless beaks can be less illuminating than we might hope in a lot of cases. Anyway, like its fellow enantiornithines, this new bird, unlike modern birds, does not appear to have a digestive organ called a gizzard or gastric mill to help crush up its food, which is really interesting. Because before, that was the story, is that maybe edentulousness, toothlessness, evolved because these birds evolved a gizzard. They could do some of the chewing in their stomach, so to speak, by swallowing grit, stone, stuff like that. And they wouldn't need teeth. But this is a bird that doesn't have teeth, doesn't have a gizzard, it appears. I wonder how they determined that it didn't have a gizzard. This might be the paper that I discuss with Balint tomorrow. We'll have to see. Yeah. And, Biupu, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like most enantiornithines were pretty arboreal, but the differences in the forelimb structures of Imparavis attenboroughi suggest that even though it still probably lived in trees, it maybe ventured down to the ground to feed, and that might mean that it had a unique diet compared to other enantiornithines, which might also explain why it lost its teeth. Dr. Jinmei O'Connor said. In their study, the scientists also re-examined a previously known fossil bird, Chiape avis. That's got to be named after Luis Chiape. I didn't know there was a Chiape avis. That's wonderful. And suggested it too was an early toothless enantiornithine. This finding, along with Impar avis attenborough, indicates that toothlessness might not have been quite as unique in early Cretaceous and Antiornithines as previously thought, she said. The specific name of Impar avis attenborough, in honor of naturalist Sir David Attenborough, means Attenborough's strange bird. And they got him for comment. That's awesome. It's a great honor to have one's name attached to a fossil, particularly one as spectacular and important as this, Sir David Attenborough said. It seems the history of birds is more complex. Sorry. It seems the history of birds is more complex than we knew. All birds are dinosaurs, but not all dinosaurs fall into the specialized type of dinosaurs known as birds. Sort of like how all squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares. I really need to work on my Attenborough impression. I used to be really good at it. I don't have a lot of time for practicing impressions anymore. The newly described Impar avis attenborough is a bird and therefore also a dinosaur. So this new paper is unfortunately in the Journal of Cretaceous Research, which I have published in before. This is where Triarchunkus was published, our Hell Creek alvarezsaur, back in 2020. I do not have access to the Journal of Cretaceous Research. And so if I want to go over this paper with Balint tomorrow, I'm going to need a way to get this paper. And, yeah, I'm working on getting institutional access to journals like this, but that hasn't happened yet. So yeah, unfortunately, the Journal of Cretaceous Research is paywalled. So yeah. Anywho. But one thing that we can talk about here, which I do think is really interesting, is using this new discovery to kind of recontextualize a previously named animal. Chiape avis, which looks like maybe this same team, or Jingmei O'Connor's right there as lead author on this, I guess. Yeah. Download full text PDF. That's okay. But what's cool is that this new fossil helps this team see a previously discovered fossil in a new light. And this happens again and again and again in dinosaur paleontology, and paleontology in general. The first time that we find something, that is the time that we will know the least about it. So, when there is a new discovery that occurs, suddenly you've got information that you didn't have before. Your interpretations of previous fossils will change. You're just gaining a clearer picture of how things were overall. Whether you're looking at a particular group of taxa, particular taxon, I guess, or whether you're looking at just how to interpret the morphology of a particular animal or something. It gives you new tools in the toolbox to be able to interpret these fossils in a way that's closer to reality. You know? Yeah. But yeah. Oh, Commodore, don't get me started on journal access and stuff like that. Commodore says you gotta pay the bills somehow. We don't get paid for that, Commodore. Scientists do not get paid for that. The journals make money. We are providing a product. We're providing science for free to the journals. that takes blood, sweat, and tears and a lot of money to produce oftentimes. We're providing it for free to the journals, and then the journals turn around and sell it back to us. That's how it works. It's a racket. So anyway. Yeah. Journals literally pay in clout? Sometimes. Sometimes they pay in clout. Sometimes they don't pay in clout. Depends what kind of journal. But yeah. Commodore says, do we really need journals today? We got the internet. Well, that's it. That'll be a discussion that will probably come up tomorrow when I'm streaming with Balint. I don't want to get into a big old discussion about journals and the brokenness of academia when it comes to actually letting researchers make a living and that kind of thing. But yeah. Why do you stand for it? Daisy Jones, there's a lot of people in academia who are kind of pressed on all sides, and there's this, I don't know. We shouldn't stand for it. And certain people are working on things, so we don't have to stand for it, but, you know, right now we're still kind of in this old system. So yeah. But yeah. And Patrick Crusader, are those deuterostomes? What group is that? But yeah, and fight where you can, exactly, Daisy Jones, exactly. Yeah. I don't know. And the whole thing about, well, I'm not going to get into academia and how we're all compromised by this system and everything else, but anyway, a lot of us would like to be more radical than we are, but there's kind of a, you know, they try and beat that out of you. And often the people who are most successful in academia are the people who are, anyway, yeah. I think we might have a video kind of highlighting this idea here of new discoveries kind of recontextualizing older discoveries. Be a nice springboard for discussion. There we go. This'll work. From Vokes.com.
In 1908 in Montana, paleontologists uncovered this. The remains of a sharp-toothed carnivorous dinosaur.
Yep.
At the time, it was the largest one ever discovered. They called it Tyrannosaurus rex.
Mm-hmm.
Today, it's mounted here. Well, some of it is. Because they didn't find a full dinosaur in 1908.
You almost
what
never
they found
do.
Was the skull, most of the tail, the rib cage, pelvis, and most of the vertebrae. But the rest of what you're seeing here, it's man-made. And that's true for most dinosaur exhibits. When paleontologists uncover the bones of a dinosaur,
there's
they
Barnum Brown there.
only find...
So this summer, I and my crew, led by Ethan Cowgill, are going to be following the footsteps of Barnum Brown. He was digging in the part of Wyoming that we're going to back in the 1930s. Found a few things. Nobody's ever found any dinosaurs there since. So we're returning almost 100 years later to the same areas that Barnum Brown was working in. And we're actually going to dig up some dinosaurs that he left there, that he like partially excavated but didn't collect. We have permission this year to dig at some of those sites, to excavate those fossils, pick up where he left off like 90 years ago. So very excited about that. And I'll be live streaming it, of course. So that's going to be in June of this year. We're going to be near the town of Green River, Wyoming. And Maraudio Propagations says, you will have that hat on, right? I have a different sun helmet. Here. Right here. Different style. Brown has got, it's like an English style pith helmet. This is more of a French style, or American style, it's American made, sun helmet. So his is actually going to be made of sholapith. This is made of, of pressed fiber here. So, different. And I will not be wearing this in Wyoming, I don't think, because I only wear this when it's hellishly hot outside. It would have been hellishly hot where Brown was working in eastern Montana here during the summer. I'm going to be in Wyoming at like the beginning of June through the end of June. It's probably going to be significantly cooler. Later on in the summer when I'm in Utah, I will wear this like I did last summer. Yeah, in fact, let me find you a video there. Yeah, here we go. Here's Wyoming last year.
But, yeah.
So this is probably the hat I'll be wearing in Wyoming.
I'm not live on YouTube 573. I'm partnered on Twitch, so I can only stream on Twitch. I can't stream on YouTube at the same time.
Which I think I might be able to stream on YouTube now. I think they may have changed that rule. I need to look into that. Maybe use Restream or something like that.
But yeah. Swims with Whales, how are you doing? Good to see you. Yeah.
Anywho.
But I'm going to be at this site. I don't know. I might not be at this site tomorrow. I might get switched out to a different site to help manage things. We'll see. I hear the guys talking over there. They may have found something.
It's always trying to balance streaming and digging, streaming and direct, you know. I was in charge of this site over here, so it's like, yeah. Anyway, later on in Utah, I was wearing the sun helmet, which I'll be wearing again. Find a super hot day here. Yeah. Be right there.
If you go into that little ledge there, you're good, yeah.
Let's see here. Well, doing Kodali. Not in my office right now. I'm out in the desert of eastern Utah digging up dinosaurs. And I'm glad you could make it today.
It's a windy day. It wasn't super hot. It would get up to like, I think our highest temperature was like 117 Fahrenheit or something, which is like 42 degrees Celsius or thereabouts. Anyway, I only wear the sun helmet when it's really hot outside, because that's what it's best for. Yeah. And it is an Aussie slouch hat, the other one, Mark Melvin. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Well, mine's made of leather. Not your typical, like, felt digger hat, as they call it. Yeah. And the biologist wants to know, how do you go about finding fossils? Like, how do you know where to look? That's a great question. We do what we call prospecting. I think I've got a clip there. With Jim Jensen, who was also wearing a sun helmet. See? Trying to tie these things together.
We never dig until we see dinosaur bone coming out of the ground. Otherwise, we might dig forever and never find a bone.
Yep.
But to find a dinosaur bone or skeleton, one must walk a long ways, climb a lot of sweaty mountains, and go thirsty and be subjected to gnats and heat and that sort of thing. But when you find something like this, it may be something that's never been seen before.
Yep.
So it's an exciting pursuit. This is the vertebrae right up next to the skull.
So, you know, I bet you I can find, let's see, Gobi dinosaurs. There's a lot of footage of the AIM&H crew out here prospecting once they finally get to their field area. And yeah, it's here. first of all, we got to find rocks of the right age that we're looking for, you know? So anabiologist, we're going several tangents deep here, but I hope it'll be useful for you. There we go.
I started my search back in the early 90s when I worked in Philadelphia.
So he's looking for a particular kind of
I
fossil.
knew that finding this transitional fish was going to be a tall proposition.
A lot of them are out in the Chicago lab.
And the first question was, where to look?
Where do you look for fossils?
The world's a big place. So the Earth is a giant planet, and fossils are very small. So how do you find those things? Well, there's a checklist we run through. We look for places in the world that have rocks of the right age. If you're interested in the origin of dinosaurs, there's one age of rock to look at. If you're interested in the origin of transitional creatures,
Brachydactyl. Welcome.
water and land, there's another age of rock. Then you look for places in the world that have rocks of the right type, the kinds of rocks that are likely to hold fossils.
We knew from previous discoveries that rocks from the Devonian era, around 360 million years old, were likely to contain early tetrapod fossils.
So you look at a geological map.
We had rocks of that age right here in Pennsylvania.
The other thing is that
To look for good sites, I teamed up with geologist Ted Deschler, and we've been fossil hunting buddies ever since.
you know what, we tried it through here, even going down into West Virginia.
We are sort of maybe an odd couple. Neil is excitable and enthusiastic, which is wonderful. I'm enthusiastic as well, but I think maybe not quite as vociferous.
Anyway, in places like Pennsylvania,
I might tend to hunker down more and focus on recovering.
there are not a lot of
material as
exposed
we start
rocks.
to find it.
You know?
And Neil might be a little bit more, okay, what's over the next horizon? What's
Prospecting
Neil is on that edge, always thinking about the new
in a place like Pennsylvania is going to be done maybe from the highway.
Ted and I would sit in the car with maps in one hand and geological papers in the other, and we tootle through these state roads, looking at the rocks, saying, okay, what kind of rock is this again? What kind of age is it? But the problem in Pennsylvania is it's not a desert. The bedrock is not exposed to the surface. You have forests, you have grass. Turns out the best exposures of rock in the state were made for us by the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation.
Yep.
Because they would dynamite. They had exposed sections of the geological record. And we eventually hit this one road cut, giant exposure. It's called Red Hill.
You can see why it's called that.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so here they are just on the side of the, side of the
this
highway.
Is the place to hit.
We had ambitions to explore the globe, but our first expedition didn't take us to an exotic desert halfway around the world. It happened by the side of a Pennsylvania highway.
Yep.
Had revisited Red Hill one time when
Anyway, but most of the time when we're out finding fossils, most of the time when I'm out finding fossils, it is out in a remote, exotic desert. Like, say, in eastern Utah or western Wyoming. And, what we do is, we don't just go dig in a random spot. We do what we call prospecting. Prospecting is when you walk along and you look at the ground for bits of fossil bone that are sticking out of the surface. Maybe they've tumbled down a hill, but you're looking for stuff on the surface there. Erosion is doing the digging for you. If you just dig in a random spot somewhere, you will never find anything. Chances are you just be digging and digging and digging and digging and never find anything at all. So we let erosion do that first bit of digging for us. And you can cover a lot of ground in a day and find lots of fossils that way. Does that make sense? It goes back to One of our favorite videos, of course.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil.
Yeah, so if any of you have ever wanted to become a fossil before, here's how you do that. Take a look.
Step 1. Die. Once you are dead, your remains may be scavenged by other organisms. Step 2. Get buried fast. If you are buried rapidly, your remains won't completely decay or be carried away by scavengers.
Oh, and danke,
The best bet for rapid
Schinkenwetzer.
burial is to die near or in a river, lake, or ocean, where water can deposit sediment over you.
Yep.
Step 3. Soak in groundwater for a long, long time. Groundwater contains minerals. Over time, dissolved minerals can harden after filling in cavities in your skeleton. Or the water can dissolve your skeleton, leaving only minerals in its place. Either way, your skeleton will turn to stone, and you'll be a fossil.
There you go. But then how do you get found?
Step 4. Wait to be exposed.
Yep.
As the years go by, if you're lucky, sea levels can fall or rock can erode and expose you. Then, if your luck holds out, you might get spotted by a fossil hunter.
There you go.
And wind up
Dinosaurs hold a special magnetism for children.
And Red Zed, thank you.
To my favorite paleo streamer, manifesting that one of us digs up an intact Spinosaurus skeleton.
I'd probably have to go to North Africa to do that, Red Zed, so you might have a head start on me. I wish you the best of luck, and thank you for those 18 months of support. Incredible. I really appreciate you. Thank you, Red Zed. Yeah. Good stuff.
Museum collection where scientists can study you to learn about evolution.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So that's how we find fossils in the first place, and that's how fossils are formed in the first place. When Barnum Brown first found that Tyrannosaurus specimen. Oh, shoot. Here's how prospecting works. I was going to show you this. These are the kinds of landscapes that you dream about as a paleontologist. It's just exposed bedrock as far as the eye can see.
With all the delays, they've only got 2 weeks to work. This is the place where they've pinned all their hopes. With luck, a year of shifting sands has exposed more bones. But even here, there are no guarantees.
So this is prospecting. This is how it works.
It is possible to fail in the Gobi. It's a huge area, a huge tract of land. There are lots of rocks, but they don't all contain fossils. You can drive to what looks like the most tantalizing set of badlands you can possibly imagine and not find one scrap of bone. It's a treasure hunt in a way, and it is sort of like finding a needle.
And Dan the BC Man says, why Africa? Red Deer, Alberta is closer to you. There's no Spinosaurs in North America. Spinosaurus itself is only from North Africa, from Egypt. And then some people say Morocco as well. I'm not convinced that's going to be the same animal. Spinosaurus moroccanus it's almost certainly going to be a different genus. But yeah. No Spinosaurs in North America. At least not yet. Nobody's ever found one. And the biologist says, how would you recognize the bone? I feel like it would be so bad at prospecting. It takes practice.
In a haystack.
Yeah, I'll show you.
It's a treasure hunt in a way, and it is sort of like finding a needle in a haystack.
But on this day, discovery and elation are immediate.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, oh, ooh, wonderful.
So that's Michael Novacek right there, who wrote Time Traveler, which is a book that I'm consistently recommending to chatters. If you or maybe a young person you know would be interested in a career in paleontology, this book is spectacular. One of my very favorite books of all time. Time Traveler by Michael Novacek. It's like an autobiography of Novacek's life in the field. He also wrote Dinosaurs of the Flaming Cliffs, too, which includes a few of the same stories, but this is the book that's associated with this documentary here. So I'll give you the link to the documentary if you like that. Maybe check out the book. Yeah.
That's nice. There's the claws. Nice. The side of the skull here.
These are the teeth sticking
You can
up
see these
right
teeth,
here.
yeah. Each one
Yeah,
of
look at
these
those
is
tooth
a socket
sockets.
for a tooth. Pretty big.
And look at that.
Hand claw.
Okay.
Has this big thing right here on it. Retractor bulge. And it's a hand of an oviraptor. Got medium.
They've hit the jackpot. Among their first finds are oviraptors, the creature Andrews knew as egg thief.
That's it. It's nice.
Yeah, this is an
Oviraptor.
Here's a big male. Considering that Oviraptor is one of the rarest dinosaurs in the world, and
it's not anymore.
A handful of specimens found before we.
They also keep calling it Oviraptor. They would later name it City Patty.
Today we found at least
They've named a bunch of other Oviraptors, or other members of the same
This is really
family.
not what paleontology is like. Most of the time, you don't go find 12 skeletons in a half an hour.
There's another one right there too.
Yeah.
Anyway, prospecting. I did some prospecting this summer live on stream, or at least some simulated prospecting. Because Fisher had already kind of prospected this area. But, here. In Wyoming. And that would be, let's try this day, maybe? Is this at Skull Ridge or at the other side?
Finest process in humans.
Yeah, there we go. So walking you through this
autonomous.
I like prospecting here.
And here we have some Cretaceous turtles.
It's the first one I found. The pattern is
beautiful. And this is, I want to go to here. So Fisher found these.
Although Terrence worked here last year too, so.
Right here we have our first little
Ooh.
exposed bone.
Yeah, so you can see that bony texture right there.
So this is bone that you find in the field.
Texture, so this would be, yeah, look at that.
And the biologist you were asking about this? This is that right
blood
there.
Vessels and stuff inside the bone. Got that kind of scrungy, spongy texture.
This is where the
technical terms.
Bone marrow would be formed.
Yeah.
It's trabecular bone as opposed to cortical bone, which is the outside surface.
Right. Is this, I mean, I know this is kind of concretion-y up here, but you think this is cortical bone on the surface there?
I'm not sure. It could be sandstone. Looks to be
There is definitely some sandstone on there.
Yeah. There are better examples of some cortical bone further down the line, though.
Yeah. So we're going to try and figure out if this is from the same animal or maybe from something different. Sometimes you do get a bunch of animals preserved in the same place, and sometimes you get a bunch of the same kind of animal preserved in the same place. And sometimes you just get one really big animal. And so we're trying to figure that out right now.
So right here is where we have our biggest fragment. So this is
yeah,
part
big
of
honking fragment.
the vertebra. So this is the centrum here, probably the upper quarter of it.
So that's like the body of the vertebra, the round part right there.
Right.
Yeah, and it's broken along this surface. So this would be a huge animal.
Yeah.
I mean, that's...
So this is the sort of thing that you find when you're prospecting. In order to actually be successful in prospecting all the time, you have to be able to cover a lot of ground. Like Jim Jensen was talking about earlier, you know, climb a lot of sweaty mountains and be subjected to thirst and hunger and biting flies and blah, blah, blah. That's covering all that ground, looking at the ground. You're looking for stuff like this. A really good field paleontologist, she is able to pick up a little fragment of bone and be able to say, A, this is bone. B, figure out what kind of, like, which part of the body it's from, and then identify what kind of animal it is based on just a small fragment like that. And then if that seems interesting, if she's able to, like, go through that whole process, like, go through that part of the flow chart, and I say, like, oh, shoot, this is a ceratopsian dinosaur, this is worth digging in. This is worth figuring out where this bone is actually spilling out from. Because it could have tumbled down 100 meters down the cliff or something. You got to find where it's coming out and then dig in there. And that's sometimes the hardest part, is just being able to figure out where it's spilling out from, you know? What is the source of the bone? So you can find the rest of whatever part of the skeleton is there. And sometimes nothing else is there. sometimes everything that was there is now on the surface and it's just been destroyed by erosion. So anyway, you've always got a ticking clock when you're out in the field prospecting. You know, in the clip that we saw here with Norel and Novacek and them out in the Gobi Desert, they only had 2 weeks out there, start to finish, because it took so long. They had so many delays getting out to the field that they didn't have a lot of time for a proper field season. So there's always that ticking clock, you know? You don't know which sites are actually worth exploring more in depth and which ones are just going to be a waste of time. Like, you have to determine that. You have to make that determination, and it can be tricky to do that. Yeah. Dunzo, thank you for the happy partner anniversary wishes. Welcome back. Yeah. Zucchini Puff says, so when are we getting a documentary cut of your field footage, Danny? If somebody raises money for an editor, then I suppose that's possible, but I can't guarantee I'm gonna have time to do like a documentary cut of all this footage.
I have ever seen. This animal would be huge.
It'd be a big undertaking.
Approaching
taking hundreds of hours of footage and
40 feet long,
condensing it into a coherent story like that.
Slot where the spinal cord would go through, it's the neural canal.
Yeah.
Very cool. Here, show the camera again, because that's pretty neat. Yeah, right there. That's where the animal's spinal cord would go through.
So yeah. So this is a dinosaur vertebra right there. Might not look like much, but this is the sort of thing that we're looking for when we're out prospecting in the field. So yeah. And I do have papers to finish first. Absolutely, HD. I'm not supposed to be a media person full time. I'm a scientist first and foremost. Yes, this is how I make my living on Twitch, but I've got science to do too. I've got papers to publish. I've got conferences to attend and research to present and stuff like that, you know? So I don't know if we'll have a full-on documentary. Again, I'm not a YouTuber, you know? But yeah. And Anne the biologist says, do you think it's possible to practice prospecting or looking for fossils by yourself? Absolutely. Yeah. In fact, some extremely important dinosaurs have been found by people working by themselves. Like here. Yeah. And that would have been a dorsal vert, I think, werewolf cast, so in the back. Looks like a dorsal vertebra. Based on the size.
My name's William Walker. I'm a plumber by trade. I often come to this part of Surrey to do a bit of fossil collecting. And one day I found a dinosaur.
William Walker discovered baryonyx. Just went out walking and...
which really looked promising. It's purely a question of you use your eyesight to look for things that look unusual. You're sort of looking for something that looks slightly different and out of place, and that very often turns out to be your fossil.
Yep.
I'd only been in the quarry 5 or 10 minutes, and I was walking over a plateau towards the quarry, and I began picking up these fragments of bone.
HD says, no, you don't need heavy equipment to mine, to find fossils. No. We don't use the term mine fossil. Well, it makes it sound like a commercial operation or something. But no, usually you don't want heavy equipment will destroy the fossils. You don't want that stuff nearby. He happens to be working in one of the very few places in England where they have beautiful bits of exposed rock like this. It's literally a stone quarry, you know? And sometimes these things just jump out at you if you're doing enough looking, you know. They really kind of surprise you. They're just bloop. They jump out at you. Sweetie Pie, you've come back for more. How are you doing? How are you? Hi, sweetie. Sweetie pie, sweetie pie. What's shaking with you? What are things? What do you come here for? Just want some attention. Can I brush you? You've got loose fur all over the place. Can you get the brush out? Here. Oh, there we go. How's that? Look at all that fur we've acquired so far. My goodness. Yeah, there you go. Let's get back to William Walker right here.
Off the ground.
Oh, sweetie.
When you find these things, which are millions of years old, and you are the first human being that's ever looked at them. And then I saw this, what looked like another bone fragment in a gully or rainwater channel. When I got that out of the mud, that turned out to be a piece of rock about the size of a football or rugby ball, and with this single piece of bone showing along one side, which I sort of casually broke open in situ like, and the claw sort of fell apart on me as the rock disintegrated. The thrill of finding a dinosaur, or dinosaur pieces, is difficult to describe, but it's the highlight of any fossil hunter's dream. We collect fossils, but at the back of our minds is the thought that we will find a dinosaur.
Oh, don't take
That's the jackpot, virtually, of paleontology or fossil hunting.
Sweet pie trying to eat her own fur. Don't do that, sweetie.
Once I got home, I immediately cleaned the claw and took a good look at it. I thought it looked like it could be glued together, with very little of it missing.
Glue is cheap.
I glued about 3/4 of the claw together quite successfully, and it knitted together very tightly.
Glue is cheap.
It was a very good fit. I then began to realise that this was the best fossil I'd ever found. It was definitely a dinosaur, carnivore obviously, with a claw like this. What particular one, I had no idea. The thought was going through my head that there might be the remains of more dinosaur there. Click.
And anyway, so the reason I'm showing this to you is because William Walker himself was an amateur fossil hunter. And he would just go out and prospect for fossils for fun. He was very good at it. Holy cow. He discovered one of the most complete dinosaurs ever discovered in the United Kingdom. One of the best dinosaurs ever found in England, for certain. Yeah. And he certainly knew a thing or two about fossils. But yeah. And Mayor of Space, should I be saying goodnight? I don't know, Mayor of Space. Should he be? Do you gotta go? You gotta go get some sleep, Mayor of Space? I understand if you do. But yeah. Oh, and I was gonna give you the link also to this documentary here, which is a lot of fun. There you go. Anyway, good stuff. Soon I shall. Oh, gotcha, Mayor Space. Okay. Okay. Cool. Anyway, let's get back to this video with Barnum Brown. We got 35 seconds into it. So let's continue. This is how Barnum Brown also found the first Tyrannosaurus specimens ever described as Tyrannosaurus. And Montana was through prospecting like that, and then excavation.
Usually only find part of it, leaving them with a prehistoric puzzle full of missing pieces. So, how do they fill in the blanks? When we first started mounting dinosaurs in the 1900s, researchers had to make a lot of educated guesses. The first step was to get the bones they did have in the right places. And one thing that helped is to look at animals that exist now.
Yep.
We can just look at this Tyrannosaurus Rex and we can
And there's
see
Mark
a lot of
Norell, who
characteristics
appeared in
that
that documentary
are
too.
present in like chickens, for instance.
Dr. Mark Norell runs the paleontology division at the American Museum of Natural History.
If you look at the feet, it has 3 primary toes that all face forward. It has an S-shaped neck. It carries its backbone parallel to the ground.
And by the way, these are not coincidences that both dinosaurs and birds share these characteristics. Birds got these characteristics from dinosaurs. As you can see in that photos link there with the turkey infographic, which did I close that yet? I probably did. But there we go. Yeah. Yes, your turkey is a dinosaur. I put this diagram together a couple years ago. You're free to download it and print it, share it with your friends and neighbors and acquaintances and enemies. Yeah. But yeah, there's a reason why there's hundreds and hundreds of similarities between the skeletons of these different animals, and it's because, well, all these different bird features are just dinosaur hand-me-downs. So, yeah.
And from there, they had to start filling in the missing pieces. For this T-Rex, both hind limbs and both front limbs were missing. But judging by the skeleton, researchers determined it was closely related to an Allosaurus.
Yep.
So an artist was commissioned to hand carve the missing pieces, using the Allosaurus skeleton as a reference.
And so this is what I said when sometimes new fossils cause the reinterpretation of old fossils, or sometimes you use fossils that you found previously to kind of fill in the blanks for specimens today that are incomplete, stuff like that. Like, everything is integrative like this in paleontology. We're always using bits of information that other people have published on, things that they've found, different fossil specimens to give us clues about things that we're unsure about. It's kind of like a detective story,
Years
I
later,
guess.
they'd be replaced by replicas of real T-Rex bones. It turned out that T-Rex feet do look a lot like Allosaurus feet.
They're pretty different in a lot of ways.
But there's
a bunch of differences. Shoot, Allosaurs don't have the arctometatarsalia condition like Tyrannosaurs do, where their metatarsals are pinched together into like a solid, it's almost like the cannon bone of a horse. You know, Allosaurs don't have that. Their metatarsals are also shorter. Tyrannosaurs would have been faster runners. Oh, there we go. Metatarsals right there. Tyrannosaurs probably would have been faster runners than Allosaurs, at least earlier in ontogeny. Since they've got this, like, cursorial adaptation like that. Anyway, there's a bunch of differences between these two.
do look a lot like Allosaurus feet.
But yeah.
But there were other times this kind of guesswork didn't work out so well. This long-necked dinosaur is called an Apatosaurus, but for a long time, we called it something else.
Oh boy, yeah, Brontosaurus.
Ontogeny.
The whole thing. It's... Yeah,
When
no, you're
researchers
good, Claire.
originally
No worries.
discovered it, it was missing its skull, so they made it one. But they made the skull based on some bad assumptions.
They made the skull look like a Camarasaurus, which is a very...
So Camarasaurus, it's got a skull that looks like this. There we go. Camarasaurus skull. This is a skull of a young Camarasaurus. So it's a bit maybe more lightly built than you would see in an adult. But yeah, Camarasaurus, very boxy, very tall skull. Like this. So yeah. That was the, like, they don't have the skull, well, let's put one together based on what we have from a different dinosaur, but unfortunately they chose a dinosaur that was a little too different.
Originally discovered it, it was missing its skull, so they made it one. But they made the skull based on some bad assumptions.
They made the skull look like a Camarasaurus, which is a very different group of dinosaurs. So it has a very high domed skull.
So they put the Camarasaurus skull on the Apatosaurus body and gave the new dinosaur a name. Brontosaurus.
That's not actually exactly how it happened. The story's a little bit more complicated than that. They didn't call it Brontosaurus because, oh, no, we accidentally put the wrong skull in it, and then we call it a new name. That's not what happened. Othniel Charles Marsh first named Apatosaurus and then Brontosaurus, both based on very limited fossil material. And then later another crew found some material and they called it Brontosaurus, and they're trying to come up with a skull for it. And anyway, it's a long story, but yeah.
The error was finally corrected in the 1970s. The skull.
And no, the name was the name Brontosaurus was actually sunk in 1903 by Elmer S. Riggs. It was Jack McIntosh in the 1970s, I think, who figured out the thing with the skull. And I think I have that in a book over here.
Should be right here.
Yeah, and thank you, Maybe Tall. Welcome back. It's good to have you here. Let's find part in here. With the sauropods. Here we go. There's Jack McIntosh right there, who, before he died, was like a world authority on sauropod dinosaurs. And there he is with the Apatosaurus skull. Again, look familiar? Right there. And right there. Yeah. Overleaf. When Jack McIntosh was a child, his Apatosaurus was headless. And then for nearly 50 years it was on display with the wrong head, that of a Camarasaurus, or modeled after Camarasaurus at least. After becoming the world's expert on sauropods, Jack returned to give the most famous dinosaur in the world its proper head. Yeah. There we go. When Jack McIntosh was 5 years old, his father took him to the Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh. He remembers it as the first time he fell in love with the dinosaurs in general, and sauropods, long-necked plant-eating dinosaurs in particular. Sauropod is the correct name for the long-necked, long-tailed animals that are properly called brontosaurs, but back then, in 1928, Brontosaurus, arguably the most famous dinosaur in the world, didn't have a head. In fact, the true identity of this faceless giant was unknown for more than a century after its discovery. Then Jack became the world's expert on sauropods and returned to the Carnegie Museum and gave the dinosaur its rightful head. Yeah, and there's the crew taking the head off of there. It's annoying that the pros, or that the audio, or the, the picture descriptions are just like cribbed from the text. So if you read them back to back, it sounds like you're repeating yourself. Anyway, here's a crew removing the old head of the Brontosaurus at the Carnegie Museum. Yeah. Anyway. Salamander, did that just get published? Hang on. What? There is a paper I know of that's supposed to come out soon about this. Oh, this is different. No, I did see this one. There's another one that's coming out too. But yeah. Anyway. Good book if you've never read it before. Thank you, Claire, for posting a link.
Glue is cheap.
Anywho, back to this.
Was replaced with a new, more accurate version, and Brontosaurus was renamed Apatosaurus.
But anyway, I gotta keep mum about that other paper, so I can't say anything else. But there's another paper coming out sometime soon. We'll have a big discussion about that when it happens.
Hey, I can confidently walk you through the fossil hall in a museum and say these skeletons are 99 to 100% accurate, because designing exhibits now, it has very little to do with guesswork. Today, the field of paleontology has exploded to the point where we're uncovering almost one new dinosaur species a week.
Today, that there's more dinosaur paleontologists than there ever have been. There's more dinosaurs being discovered than there have been at a quicker rate each year.
And with more dinosaurs comes more accurate exhibits.
Kodali says, finish your paper. I mean, in order to do that, I'm going to have to take some days off from streaming. And people aren't going to be happy about that. So, in solid trade-off, Kodali. You know how it goes. But yeah. What was I going to say here? Oh, yes. Golden Age for dinosaur discoveries. So far in 2024, we've got how many new dinosaurs? This one just came out the other day, and I'm excited to talk about it. I've emailed the authors. Want to get access to the paper. It's also in the Journal of Cretaceous Research, which I do not have access to. But yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 new dinosaurs published so far just this year. It's March. We're about halfway through March almost. 12 dinosaurs. At this rate, we could have close to 50 new dinosaur species or genera described just this year, which would be incredible. 2024 has been a good year so far, yeah, and it should get better. Yeah. But yeah. 2020 was the year that I think might have broken all previous records. There were 48 new dinosaurs described in 2020. Not all of them actually turned out to be legit. Some oversplitting and stuff going on, some dubious taxa being named, that kind of thing. But, you know, just by the numbers, ostensibly 2020 I think was the best year in a long time. And that's almost one dinosaur per week, exactly, Lena. Yeah. Which,
Now, it has very little to do with guesswork. Today, the field of paleontology
and Mayor Space, I think that that's something to do with it.
We're uncovering almost one new dinosaur species a week.
Today, that there's more dinosaur paleontologists than there ever have been. There's more dinosaurs being discovered than there have been at a quicker rate each year.
And with more dinosaurs comes more accurate exhibits. While we still haven't found a fully intact T-Rex, we now have the information to build one.
When I first got my job here 30 years ago, there was about 10 T-Rexes known, and now there's 46. So if we just put all those together, we know what the whole skeleton looks like.
So this T-Rex is ultimately kind of a Frankenstein monster. The pieces used to complete it were copied from various other T-Rexes.
Yep. And that's true of almost every dinosaur skeleton that you see mounted like this anywhere in the world. You will have multiple specimens or pieces that are sculpted basically to fill in those gaps. And depending on the dinosaur, sometimes those gaps are really, really big, and sometimes those gaps are tiny, where you're only missing like the tip of the tail and the gastralia and, you know, the wishbone or something, you know? It depends on what dinosaur we're talking about. Some of them are known in almost every detail of their skeletal anatomy. Some of them, we've only got a few pieces.
And finally, in special cases like Sue, an exceptionally large T-Rex on display in the Field Museum, researchers use computers to scan and mirror limbs. As in, if they have the left leg, they essentially flip it to create the right leg of the same.
I do this all the time with 3D printing, because it's a snap to do. You'll be seeing some of that soon, too.
Size. It's efficient and precise work. In other words, it's highly unlikely you'll
there are always bolts, Mayor's face,
the wrong head today. Because even though dinosaur skeletons don't show up in one piece, there's no longer a lot of mystery around.
And look, it's Deinonychus there. Look at that skull. Holy cow! Well, where have I seen that before, chat? It's come up twice in the same stream. Good old Deinonychus here.
Around how they're supposed to look. Take a look at Norrell's newest exhibit at the Museum of Natural History, and you can see that today, dinosaur researchers have moved on from the skeleton to asking other questions about T-Rex. How did it move? How did it grow? How did it live?
Now we work with everything from neurobiologists to material scientists to engineers.
Yeah, I got rid of that command Mayor space.
To work on these things.
So
and
it's
that's
not rotating
pretty much
anymore.
The new thing. I mean, 30 years ago, that really wouldn't have happened.
In this case, Norrell and his team have reconstructed full models of the enormous predator that are more lifelike than ever before. So, why are we even piecing together skeletons anymore? Why not just display what's actually found? Paleontologists say that it's because exhibits aren't just about boasting discoveries.
When you make an exhibit, you have to tell a story.
And that story isn't about how humans found some fossils in 1908. It's the story of a living animal that walked the earth millions of years before us.
Pretty cool. Yeah. Here is a link to that video right there. There you go. Yeah, good dromaeosaur fossils. They're not always easy to come by, Rhacodactylus. You gotta love them, yeah. And salamander, it really depends. We don't have, like, standards for how things get reported, for, like, the completeness of the skeleton. I've seen different teams estimate the completeness of their skeletons in totally different ways. So yeah, I don't know if there's a lot of consistency there. Yeah. But one thing is for certain, when you have a fossil like Shen the T-Rex, they said, oh, it's like 70% complete, and that was... what did they say about it? Yeah. They claimed it was how complete? But like almost all of the... Yeah, Christie's claimed that the Shen skeleton had a bone density of 54%. But this did little to quell scrutiny surrounding the bones because bone density is not a scientific term, according to the New York Times. And they're right about that. So, yeah. It turned out it was like... Yeah, eventually Christie's changed the listing of Shen to reveal that only 79 of the bones are originals. 79 out of about 300 bones. Excuse me. So yeah. That's not a great percentage. That's about 26% complete. And I also think that's probably an overestimate. I don't think they actually had 79 original bones. Maybe they had 79 fragments. I don't think they had 79 bones. It certainly didn't look like it from the images that I saw. So yeah. Yeah. The Shen bone's connected to the Stan bone. There you go, HD, yes. Yeah. And the paper I was looking for access to earlier, oh shoot, there's a few, Claire Burr. But yeah, Rhacodactylus is here, huh? Well, let me find that. There's this Enantiornithian bird one. There's the paper there. And then I've also emailed the authors about this one too, and haven't heard back from them yet. But this would be cool to get also. See what you can do. Rhacodactylus, thank you. It's Cretaceous research, which is not every institution has access to this. It is an Elsevier journal, but that could be a good thing or a bad thing in this case. Yeah. And Sloppy Salamander, thank you for gifting Rhacodactylus.
3 months of tier 1 to Reiko_.
3 months to Rhacodactylus. Holy cow, Salamander. Thank you for that. Holy moly, I appreciate it. That is extraordinary. Salamander, thank you for that. Beautiful. I really appreciate your generosity and your community-mindedness there, Salamander. Appreciate you. Double VP isn't a thing. Double VIP isn't a thing, but 3 months of a sub is. It is, Salamander. I appreciate you for that. Thank you very much. That's lovely. And I'm sure Rhacodactylus really appreciates that too. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Anyway, speaking of fossil mounts and how they change over time, that kind of thing. This was also in the news, and I thought we'd take a look. And no worries, Rhacodactylus, thank you. I appreciate you making the effort. Here. In the meantime, let's look at this. The Peabody Museum at Yale. The dinosaur hall's been closed for the last couple years, I think, as they do renovations. And it is reopening toward the end of this month, finally, which is going to be cool. It looks like it'll be nice. It'll be a nice retrofit, a nice kind of revamping of this museum. Take a look.
The Yale Peabody Museum, I really think, is an icon for the city of New Haven, for the state of Connecticut, and for New England.
Yep. This is Marsh's museum.
So many people, and I count myself as well, learned about the world around us.
Yeah.
Understood our place in the universe.
That's what paleontology is all about, you know? If you're in New England, you can visit soon, and they'll be open. And it's free.
Collections at the Peabody are amazing. They just are. But also, we have a lot of firsts.
Firsts is unfortunately most of what they have. There's not a lot of... the program at Yale is not well known for doing fieldwork nowadays, so thank goodness they have all these firsts. Don't get me started on how museums start to die the minute they stop doing fieldwork. But anyway, they've got a lovely historical collections here. It really is lovely. It really, really is.
And not a lot of museums can say that. We have a lot of what are called holotypes. So it's the first specimen ever found of that dinosaur, for example. And that is, first of all, very exciting. And second, you start thinking about it, and it's every single other one that has ever been found has been described based on our collection.
One of the key parts of this whole project is the fossil hall. Burke Hall is the heart of the Peabody Museum. some of the first ever fossil mounts are being reworked to be displayed to, the next generation of museum visitors.
With regard to our upcoming renovation due to open in 2024, we've had the fortune of working with Research Casting International, who's based
in these guys again,
Canada, and they are professional.
In the United States, we don't make anything anymore. The Canadians have to do it nowadays.
Firm who brings to us expertise and skill in mounting specimens, particularly the very large mounts that are here at the Peabody.
Thank you, Water Drop.
They helped
hey,
us
welcome back.
With the installation, removing these large specimens from their original mount posture in the hall.
Yeah, look at that. And look at how just metal rods going straight through the bones. Some of these are actual fossil bones that way back in the day, they actually jammed metal rods straight through the bones like that. That is how they used to do this. It's not how we do it today, but that is how they used to do it. So, thank goodness Research Casting International is involved with this, because this whole video is almost like a commercial for them, but you're going to learn a lot by watching this about how we restore, well, first of all, how we mount dinosaur skeletons, how we do that nowadays, but also how we conserve historical fossil mounts like this.
And also with the conservation. We're working with them to revise the pose as well as integrate new materials into these mounts to make them the most complete possible.
The reason why we want to do this is, first of all, we want to update our knowledge. The science doesn't stop, and so we want to be updated. Second, all materials age. And so I think we came in at the right time to do a lot of this work, a lot of this treatment and preparation to prevent any damage that could have happened in the future.
Trenton, Ontario is a small town about an hour and a half east of Toronto.
Any Trentonians in chat now?
Which is kind of the gateway to the Trent Severn Waterway.
Very scenic. A lot of tourists come here in the summer. It's away from the sound and the hub of Toronto, but like we're a nice quiet community.
It is a bit of a contrast, what we do in here and what the scenery is like outside. It's like a boating and kind of vacation area. And then we have heavy steel work going on.
Oh, nice, Jedi Mega Man. Okay.
And giant dinosaurs and all sorts of creatures. A lot of people are surprised when they hear what we do in here. I don't think anybody realized what we actually do.
We are Research Casting International. Right now, we're about 50,000 square feet, 40 employees.
That's a big,
we've been
big
in
outfit.
business, 35 years. Companies that do what we do, you probably count them on one hand. Of all the companies in the world that do this sort of thing, we're probably the largest.
I mean, there's Research Casting International. There's there's Gaston Design. Rob Gaston, in Fruita, Colorado. There's Treebold Paleontology, and there's two I'm forgetting the names of right now. But yeah, there really is just like, I guess there's like 5. Yeah.
For the Yale Peabody project, we're doing a number of specimens.
Hey, Slumberless, how you doing?
Pretty
Welcome,
amazing.
welcome.
Like this Archelon we've been looking at for a long time. It's one of our favorite specimens, and one of mine specifically is the Brontosaur that we're doing. And having things that were collected by Marsh and getting to work on them are a pretty amazing thing to be able to do.
It's pretty iconic. I think it's just because we get to work on these massive creatures, and the Brontosaur itself is, when I think of a dinosaur, that's the first dinosaur I think of, and a lot of kids feel that way. We're very excited to work on it. It's pretty cool work. When we start a project, we do all the cleaning and conservation preparation first. Each person has their own station, and they work on an individual.
Well, thank you, Rhacodactylus. Oh, that's fantastic.
We usually start off by
Appreciate
cleaning the dinosaur bones with chemicals like acetone, ethanol, and sometimes alcohol. So we start by removing any of the grime or dust that has been built up on the specimens. And then sometimes we use an air scribe too to remove old plaster that's been covering the bones. There's lots of steps involved. And then that would go to the blacksmith.
Once the bones come from the preparators and they're all cleaned and consolidated, they store them in the storage area.
That'd be genius, Rhacodactylus. That'd be genius.
Move them to our sandbox, as you can see here. They're supported in the sandbox, and then we start measuring for an armature.
If any of you have ever wanted to grow up and have a job playing in a sandbox, consider making this your line of work, because it's I've used a lot of sandboxes in my day too. I really need to make a sandbox. I often just have sandbags that I put on my desk when I'm working with fossil specimens or working with 3D prints, and you have to have them at certain angles and stuff. So you prop them up with a sandbag. But that's what a sandbox is for propping them up at odd angles and stuff like that.
They're supported in the sandbox, and then we start measuring for an armature.
Thank you, Casey Snowart.
This being a historically significant fossil, we have to take a lot of care to preserve it and preserve all the numbering and markings on it and the history behind it. These armatures protect the bone. It also doesn't destroy any of the fossil. It's non-invasive, and you can remove any bone from the mount that way.
So this is the most expensive part of mounting a dinosaur, is creating this custom metal framework underneath, this armature that, like you said, it's not damaging the bones. You don't have metal rods that are jammed through the bones or anything. It's like this gentle metal framework that's both very strong and very secure, but also very gentle. It just kind of gently cradles everything in place like this. But also it has to be designed in such a way that the bones are removable for study.
Of the fossil, it's non-invasive, and you can remove any bone from the mount that way.
Yeah.
After all the
Oh, that's a
armatures
literal
are done,
sandbox.
we build the
HD.
support.
It's a box of sand.
Steel for it, and we start building the pose.
Yep.
So all of these armatures get welded together into the desired pose. It's going to look a lot more dynamic. It looks more in motion than it did before.
We want the specimens to be interesting and lifelike, even though they're static. And so that can just take very small changes in the way that the head is positioned or that the tail is bent and turned.
That looks really good,
This
actually.
is revised by new research, and it's informed by new collections. We try to find fossils and increase the data set available.
This is exactly what I was talking about, where like new fossils help to reinterpret fossils that were found prior to that. That's the story of the history of dinosaur paleontology.
To us to study and interpret how an organism may have changed through time, what its paleo environment may have been like, what its local.
And maybe Tal says, is there a way for someone with a computer science background to get into this field? Absolutely, maybe Tal, absolutely. I just watched a talk today, this morning. I was at the museum in Berkeley, and there was a paleontology talk about using machine learning to interpret geological cores. Machine learning is becoming a big deal for some researchers. I think we have an example of that here, don't we? Let's see. Yeah. A combined approach to identify isolated theropod teeth from the Cenomanian Kemkem group of Morocco. That's where Spinosaurus marocanus is from. Cladistic discriminant and machine learning analyses. Cool stuff. So yeah, like, machine learning is becoming increasingly important. So yeah. Much of what we do in paleontology, especially dinosaur paleontology, tends to be very old-fashioned because, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But sometimes you can find neat little ways to kind of work in machine learning or AI or something like that into research. You just gotta be real creative about it. And you have to have a really solid understanding of the underlying science so that you're not using the wrong tool for the job, you know? But, yeah. This paper just came out when? Today. Just came out today. New paper. So, yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. Good stuff. Let's get back to our video.
Emotion may have.
Yeah.
All of the tremendous science that's been done over the past many decades is informing what we're able to do for this this next generation of display. We've got great partners who are helping us do that.
Working with RCI has been a really smooth experience for us.
Again, I said this sounds like a commercial, you know?
Is one of the highest standards when it comes to the materials and the techniques that they use and the care that they bring to our materials. We as an institution have entrusted RCI with our most precious specimens, and they in return are really taking this material to the next level and presenting it to the world in such a way that it will be enjoyed and learned from for years to come.
Knowing that the work that I'm doing now is going to be up for another century is it's pretty humbling that I've been given this opportunity to work on such a historically significant animal, and it's pretty amazing that my work is going to outlast me.
I just hope that 90 years.
I mean, that's also kind of part of being a paleontologist, is that we know that the fossils that we dig up, the papers that we write, the research that we do, if we do a good job of it, that will be our legacy. The fossils that I dig up during the summer, live on Twitch this summer, and last summer too, those are going to be in a museum long after I am dead. And future generations of paleontologists will be studying those far into the future. And for some of them, they'll have a little note that say, oh, discovered by dinosaur paleontologist Danny Anduza. 2023, 2024. You know, and in the year 2124, hopefully there will still be paleontologists around then to go through those drawers and to study those, you know? And that's a really cool feeling. That's a really, really cool feeling to know that you're part of a project that's much bigger than just yourself. There are fossils that I, you know, look at in collections that were dug up 100 years ago in some cases. And that's a really neat way to kind of connect with the past, not just the past of those fossils, but the past of our discipline as paleontologists, the past of our own scientific field. There's a special thrill when you open up a drawer and you look at a fossil and just go, oh, shoot. Barnum Brown dug this up back in the 1920s? Barnum Brown, the man who discovered Tyrannosaurus Rex. Someday there will be some young paleontologist who goes through a drawer and goes, oh, yeah, I've heard of Danny Anduza 100 years ago, you know? So yeah, it's a pretty cool thought. It's a pretty cool thought. But yeah, public good is legacy. Exactly, Alexander Morrison. Exactly. Yeah, and yes, indeed, Claire Burr, we're going to be working on some of Barnum Brown, excavating some sites that he didn't fully excavate. So we'll be talking all about that. Yeah.
It's pretty amazing that my work is going to outlast me.
I just hope that 90 years from now, people like me and paleontologists will look at it and be like, they did a good job.
Working on the Yale Peabody project has been a blessing. Yeah, like it's been a really, really nice project to work on.
It's
this is
you
the beginning
good people
of paleontology.
who've done that
these
funding.
Specimens that we're working on were these specimens that started on the paleontology on that road. All the history behind it all, in my mind, is just amazing.
Yeah, good stuff. Here's a link to this video right here. And yeah, in June of this year, I'm going to be joining a crew of other paleontologists and volunteers to go back out to Wyoming. And we actually have, like I was saying earlier, we have permission and permits to dig up some of the fossil specimens that Barnum Brown first discovered but never excavated. You know, he never actually took them out of the ground. We're going to be going back and getting those, collecting them for study. And they will be reposited in a public museum, and that's pretty special. We'll be live streaming that, so you can tune in live and follow along. Join in on the discovery there. Very, very excited about this. More details to follow, but it will be in June of this year. I'm actually going to be leaving for the field at the end of May. So, it's coming up. It's coming up. We're already halfway through March, almost. So anyway, yeah. But yeah. And those heads at your side, oh, you mean these, Alexander Moores? A chameleon, an alligator, and a ceratosaurus? Sorry, I hope you could hear that. I should have been speaking into the mic. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho, with that being said, and Dunpeel Hunter, we use satellite internet in the field, Dunpeel Hunter. Here, I'll show you.
The killer dinosaurs.
And Jai, the sketch guy, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah.
Oh, Celestian had got here last night. Started to set up camp. We
This is
finished
in
setting
Utah,
up camp this
but
morning, or most
same
of
deal
the
in
camp
Wyoming.
anyway. And we opened up the quarry today. So welcome everybody. You are in for such a treat. Yeah. Anyway, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is
you already know that.
So I'm streaming right now via satellite. There's the Starlink dish right there. And yeah, I wanted to do something unique to kind of not just tell, but show people how dinosaur paleontology works. How do we find dinosaurs? How do we dig them up? How do we get them out of the ground and back to the laboratory? That's what this is all about. So welcome everybody. And I should also acknowledge everybody who's made this possible through their financial support, through subscribing and gifting and cheering and everything else. I could not do this without all of you, so thank you very, very much for that.
We've got some very generous donors this year as well. Some of whom wish to remain anonymous, and I'm very much going to respect that. Dunpeel Hunter said, I had no idea Starlink was good enough to stream with. Most of the time it is. We had some hiccups and some times when it went down, but for the most part, it was pretty solid. I was surprised. So, cross your fingers, it continues to be solid. That being said, I had Starlink for the first couple years and it just did not work at all whatsoever. Like, it was dead out of the box. But I got a different one and it worked. So cross your fingers that it continues to work. It's very hit or miss, Starlink. In my experience, very hit or miss, but we've been lucky so far last year and hopefully this year too. So yeah. So yeah. Anyway, it is, and HD says there may be 100 more satellites this year than last. Let's hope they don't crash into each other. We don't get a, what is it, Kessler syndrome? Yeah. because that very much is a possibility. Here, if you want to learn about Kessler syndrome, just look it up on YouTube, I guess. We'll be talking about this more in depth as the field season approaches, and we talk about satellite internet and stuff like that. Yeah. And gracias, Paquizio. Gracias por... lo siento, mi español no es tan bueno. Feliz aniversario de partner. Muchas gracias, Paquizio. Yeah. But yeah, and Sayo Nexi says they said they had 7 megabytes down on unmodified Samsung phone with a new direct-to-cell satellites. Interesting. That would, I guess, barely just be fast enough for streaming, but that would also eat up a lot of data, and that would get expensive. Starlink's actually affordable for me, which is really nice. So again, cross your fingers that it continues to work. Yeah. And I have heard of Dinosaur Empire, Bakizio. Yeah, there's going to be a Kickstarter or a GoFundMe starting for that soon, I believe. Yeah. And thank you, It's Evolution. I appreciate the anniversary wishes. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Anyway, everybody, I'm going to be streaming again tomorrow, so I hope you'll tune in for that. Tomorrow happens to be National Elephant Day. So we will be having a Proboscidean stream tomorrow. We'll be talking about mastodons and mammoths. We'll be talking about Merotherium and other fossil proboscideans. Yeah, we'll be talking about a veritable periodic table of the elephants. It's going to be a ton of fun. Elephants, both fossil and recent, we'll be talking about on tomorrow's broadcast. So I hope you'll tune in then. But for right now, it's time for me to start wrapping things up here. So let's go ahead and... Oh, there's the Deinonychus skull again. 3rd time today. Bakizio, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing, Bakizio. I hope to see you tomorrow. I stream every weekday here, and I'm going to be doing a lot of streaming from the field this summer, digging up dinosaurs live on stream, so hope you can join us for that as well. Let's see who else is doing some science on Twitch right now and see if we can spread some raid love to them. Let's see. Oh, Melissa in Denial is back from Egypt. Let's talk to her. Holy cow. She's not a paleontologist, but an Egyptologist, an archaeologist. And she just got back for her first trip ever to Egypt. As an Egyptologist, this is a huge deal for her. And oh man, she looks excited. This is gonna be fun, chat. This is gonna be fun. Yeah, we'll get to see what she saw, and she's got pictures, and oh, it's gonna be good. And everybody, thank you for a wonderful stream. I appreciate your financial support and your enthusiasm, your hard work, moderators. I appreciate your questions and just the good vibes all around, everybody. Thank you. And I hope to see you again tomorrow for National Elephant Day. Take care, everybody, and let's go see what Melissa's up to here. Oh, I'm excited. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.